Yeah, man, the renegade when afraid. Man in the wilderness, alongside my sister, Maria, and people, Ratty, I sign on in a couple minutes. Yeah, and Herb. So on a soul team. So good evening, good afternoon, good evening, good night, and good morning to some. Because I remember, Maria, people watching from all over the globe, you know. Yes.
Yes. Greetings, my brother, and greetings to everybody in the chat. Happy Sunday blessings to all my friends in the chat. Well, where's Megawatt Vote? I'm saying on yet? And Catherine and Audrine and Cynthia B, Mr. G, Gloria Morris, all of them.
Yes, so tonight, people, is a hot night, you know. Because hear this. We just talked about it. I have to say, don't start the argument yet until me come on with a chameleon thing there. You know the chameleon thing. So we're gonna talk about it, you know, but when she come on, because them a drop word on us, you know. So Ratty, I'll deal with that. We're gonna deal with our case tonight. And then we have Corporal Ron James, Chairman Ron James. We still them play a lot of politics with him around this, you know. So we have to deal with that tonight and straighten it out. We have to talk to Sykes, Brian Sykes, Chief Justice Sykes. Stop, make them play political football with the good cop. They need to stop it. So we have to talk about that. We have to talk about that. And that's big thing on the agenda too. We have to talk about the water in the people. Because Jamaica government, you know, it's a chopper government, right? Yes, it's a chopper government. And you know this black tank when I put up the place with how much our 2030 vision this Maria? The bag of black tank.
In a 2024 nightmare.
Yes. And the 2030 vision that Jamaica turned first world country, right? Yes. Well, people never shown us some things. Never shown us some things next to it, right? So we don't have no water problem. And the amount of money them a chop, them have to stop it. I have some video where I can show you. It's when you want to see through this, you don't want to hear no foolishness, the garbage from the government again. Yeah? You not going to hear it. A matter of fact, we should have start from that, you know, because they might come in. But let me start from this. I want to show you something, Maria. People, the phone is lagging already. So I want to start from this. Yeah. Now start from this. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to start from this. Let me show you where I start from. We're going to start from this, Maria. We're going to start from this. I'm going to show you how Cayman do have a river, you know. Cayman surrounded by salt water. We used to have Cayman, you know. Cayman was like our parish. A parish. It connect to Westmoreland and Negril. Hanover. Okay, connect to them parish out there. And Cayman have to use salt water. Yeah, salt water, turn it into fresh water. And then not talk about no rainfall and nothing like this. Me I show you, dust Cayman side of the right there. So when the government run out of the terrible water, remember we river them not dry. Them to stop their foolishness. And I show you the bid when Cayman people, when them a bid, how much money, like 22 million, for build this and this what them make. In a Jamaica, even if they say 3 billion or 3.8 billion, that in a Jamaica, you 100, 200 billion, and it's not going away. Them a chopper. Look on these people, very important. Watch this.
Neutralizes it so it can be released in.
Look on this.
Oh, where does our water come from? Today, we'll answer that question for you.
Water Authority Cayman.
If you need water, all you have to do is turn on your tap and you have instant access to potable water. But that wasn't always the case. Before the introduction of piped water, residents of the Cayman Islands had two main sources of water. Groundwater, accessed through step wells, and in later years hand or electric pumps, or rainwater collected via cisterns. But rainwater is highly variable, and it was clear that it would soon become an unreliable source for a growing population. That is why legislation was passed to create the Water Authority as we know it today. So, where does the Water Authority get its water? The sea. Seawater is extremely salty, too salty for the human body to process. So the Water Authority removes the dissolved salts to make the water potable, which is another way of saying drinkable. To do that, we use a process called reverse osmosis. Reverse osmosis involves using high external pressure to force a salt water through a semi-permeable membrane, removing approximately 99.9% of the salts and creating fresh, drinkable water. The first step of the reverse osmosis process is groundwater abstraction. The seawater we are treating doesn't come straight from the ocean. Instead, using deep wells, we tap into saline groundwater. Our abstraction wells are dug 100 to 200 feet deep. That's as deep or deeper than the height of the Statue of Liberty. The second step is the pre-treatment phase. At this stage, we remove suspended solids or organics that may be in the groundwater. The cartridge filters used in this stage of the process can remove particles as small as 5 microns. To give you an idea just how small that is, think about this. The diameter of a human hair is approximately 100 microns. That means our filters can remove particles 20 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair. But what they can't remove is salt. Once the solids are removed, a high-pressure pump is used to force the water through a series of semi-permeable membranes, which are very fine filters that are housed in a PVC pressure vessel that removes 99% of the salt. When water comes from our abstraction well pump, it's at a pressure of 40 to 50 psi. The reverse osmosis pump pushes the water through the semi-permeable membranes at 700 psi. One of the byproducts of this process is a concentrated salty brine solution. This extremely salty water is disposed of into deep underground wells, much deeper than the wells that are used to abstract our feed water. But before the brine solution is disposed of, we're able to use the energy inside this pressurized water to run a reverse osmosis plant using energy recovery devices. The next step is post-treatment. Because we're using groundwater as our feed water, this clean, pure drinking water has a rotten egg smell. This is a result of the hydrogen sulfide found naturally in rocks, soil, and minerals. A degasifier is used to remove the hydrogen sulfide from the water, and a gas scrubber neutralizes it so it can be released into the atmosphere. Next, 3 chemicals are added to the water: sodium hydroxide to adjust the pH of the water to neutral, zinc orthophosphate to mitigate the corrosive effects of fresh water, and chlorine to prevent bacterial growth. The treated water is then stored in one of the authority's glass-fused steel reservoirs before being pumped to your home or office. The authority has 11 reservoirs across its facilities on Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac. 9 are in Grand Cayman and 2 in Cayman Brac, with a total storage capacity of 17.2 million gallons. Wow. There are over 400 miles of underground water pipelines that connects.
Look how Cayman small, but them have 400 miles under the pipeline. Can them have to go cross and go over the island, them, you know. You see it? Them not have no water problem. Them, you know, them remember them not have no water at all, you know. Sea water, you know. But you know, you them about drought and nothing at all. See them solve them problem. Why Jamaica not solve the problem? Remember we river them that fine either, you know. Yes. All right, continue.
The authority to our 20,000 plus customers. The entire process is overseen by our team of operators from the control room. This room essentially functions as the brains of the authority's water production plant. Every facet of the operation is connected to the operating system, allowing the plant to run 24/7.
We monitor the plant, all of the numbers and pressures and flows and everything, just to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. Well, some of the things that we monitor are like the pre-filters, the reservoir levels, the pressures, just an overview of the whole system.
You see this? Look much mile up, see there? Water main pipe, 400 miles. The customer them and everything. I remember I got smart for them manage. How much gallon? 17.4 million US gallon. Ready yet?
Is it safe to drink your tap water? Yes. Not only is drinking tap water safe, it's better for the environment because it reduces single-use plastic bottles, and it's also cheaper than drinking bottled water. The average cost of 1 gallon of tap water is only 3 cents. How does the authority ensure its water is safe to drink? That's thanks to the Water Resources and Quality Control Department. The authority's laboratory was the first of its kind in the Caribbean to gain international accreditation. It received its accreditation in 2002 by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation and has maintained its accreditation ever since.
We are testing water that is supplied throughout our distribution system, and we also do testing for our private request customers, and they typically get tests like chlorine, pH, conductivity, TDS. One of the things we're actually really looking for is bacteria. That is an important thing to look for in our water in terms of potability, because if there's any bacteria that could potentially harm the community, we actually want to make sure to pick it up before the water actually makes it to the community. Without knowing what's in our water, then we can't say for sure that the water is safe. And by doing our work, we are able to actually reassure the community that the quality of the water is safe.
The lab has a dedicated member of staff who collects water samples from across our distribution network for daily testing.
4842.
The authority is also tasked with protecting our country's groundwater resources. The authority manages the abstraction of water from the freshwater aquifer in East End and is responsible for making sure it does not become contaminated through improper managed development or overuse. We conduct routine monitoring of the groundwater through sample wells across eastern districts. Now that you know where your water comes from, the next question is, what happens after it goes down the drain? The authority operates the public sewage system, which is connected to our wastewater treatment plant. The sewage system is gravity-fed and uses lift stations to raise the sewage to the next gradient. Approximately 20% of the island's wastewater is processed through the wastewater treatment plant. The other 80% is treated via septic tanks and ATUs. The authority monitors these on-site wastewater treatment systems via its on-site wastewater management program. Wastewater is water, which is why the wastewater treatment process is all about reducing the impact of wastewater on the environment, a process meant to benefit the environment, not harm it. Wastewater arrives to the treatment plant in 2 ways. It's pumped into the lift station directly from the public sewage system, or it's delivered via truckers who collect wastewater from septic.
So Maria, let me just move up this now. So, Cayman, where you have to depend on us. Are them laboratory, them testing thing and everything at first class? Eh? What the Jamaica? Jamaica gone back where? Cayman was like, one away.
Yeah, and this is a recent project because it was in 2002. So that was like 22 years ago. So it's a recent project. So I don't see why they cannot do a partnership with the Cayman government.
So them not make no complain about water and I tell people about drought and rainfall. They've not river. But you don't hear say extreme the drought and not you see them work out them thing, and if them can have that, why Jamaica couldn't have, and they wouldn't even need it because the water river them not dry up. All them need for is pipe up the thing and treat the thing and deal with the thing proper.
Right, and the thing is, but it's, there are 2 problems we have. One is if the government does it by themselves, then you eliminate independent people. But given the current situation now, the government is not going to do it because they're going to have independent people come and take it over and have an investment. They're going to have ministers and MPs being invested in this instead of the government itself. That is one of the problems we are facing. But I'm thinking, outside of that, they should do a partnership with the Cayman government to bring that same project there to facilitate the water shortage that they're having. But you have to eliminate the problems of corruption that they're facing. But it is a very good project, and I'm listening to it and I'm watching it and I'm thinking to myself, it would do Jamaica would benefit the people of Jamaica would benefit from having something like that there through the National Water Commission or Water Agency, or whatever they change it from to, what that agency, what that deals with water. That would work very well for the people. And I think it would reduce their water bills as well too. And they will have a constant source of water in their pipes. So they wouldn't be having this problem because the sea's right there and they have rivers. Not all the rivers are
Maria,
dried up.
sorry. Them say a sound kind of look lower. Can you turn it up for me?
Okay, yes. Right, that's better?
Yeah, talk about me,
Okay, yeah, that's better?
Yeah, that's better, yeah.
Okay, cool, yeah. So yes, it is a very good project, and I would love a smart minister. Who is the minister of is it? I think that's Dalvaz's portfolio right now.
No, a guy what I call J Jacket.
Matthew Samuda. Matthew Samuda
yes, that guy, yes.
Matthew Samuda has a portfolio. But if they were looking for ways to alleviate the water crisis, then they would look to other places within the Caribbean that do not have that problem and do not have the amount of water sources that Jamaica has, and tap into that and partner with them to bring that same facility there. So,
but you know this,
but you know what is sad? It is sad, Wayne, that this exists and they are not tapping into these resources. It is there. They don't have to reinvent the wheel. They do not have to reinvent the wheel. They just need the will to go out there and speak to them and be straightforward and honest. The problem is the corruption. People are too dishonest. And speak to them and get this program. Have them come and teach them, show them how it can be set up in Jamaica to benefit the people, because I see where it can be of benefit to the Jamaican people.
So this now, I'm going to show you a couple more videos, right? Because when them come out, them tell us that this and them are going to put this in place. Them are going to do this because of politics, right? So some people just tell me, don't get so them get some water, them that be down the river. I'm going to tell you right now. So we just get this in. Because them said the whole of February, just before the protest in Negril, lack of water, no water, Range Hill, Mount Erie, Good Hope, all of the adjoining communities. Since the protest, we have water flowing in the pipes. Not every day, but we can work with that. At least we can harvest some. Last week, we had water Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Gone Saturday, but come back a short while ago. So some of them places where here we attack, I just them and them foolishness. All.
That's a there, man. Where sis?
Welcome back.
The dreams are your ticket out.
What? Advice, Yeah? No, my advice, man. Come here, use about me. Somebody copy your advice, Put a season, this is. I don't know. No, I come here, them copy it, man. Hear it, man.
Oh my goodness.
No, go on.
What's going on, my brother? Good show yesterday. Good show yesterday.
Yeah.
Really good show. Especially the young people. The young people are really on point.
I mean, brilliant guys, right? The three of them.
Yeah, man. Yeah. The future looks good.
Yeah. We just have to just get rid of the dead weight, the impediments, the corruption.
Yeah. True that.
Get rid of that.
Your dead weight are drop on yourself. Them on there drop on you, What Ratty is I get rid of the dead weight and make them come drop out power again now, Ratty will forget rid of the dead weight once and for all. Because them drop out power, man.
No, well, look, you see, when you don't have anything that you can point to and say, well, these are my successes, then you start pointing fingers at people, Instead of you point to your successes, then you point to people. And that's how you say you're a failure. And another thing, you see, when them talk about we know we are getting under them skin. We know what matter. Because otherwise, you don't talk about people who have no substance or who have no effect at all. You don't talk about them people. You talk about people where can really affect the way you move forward. And that is fantastic 4 + 1, fantastic 5.
But them say the small and fantastic 5 on them. So then say a small group of, in the, how would them call the small group? Because everybody, you never would, right? So,
the small group of people.
Are we them a drop out, man?
Yeah, the small group of people are them representative. People get less than 100 votes and so them represent more than 1 million people, Or people get 13 votes and so them represent 800,000 people, 17 votes. And that are the small group.
Well, I'll come mash up that right now.
I tell you what.
Something ratty. Me just show Maria something. I'm going to show you. I can play back and look apart it, right?
Yeah.
In Jamaica, the other day, they talk about extreme drought. Cayman have no river. Cayman use seawater, ratty. Seawater. So remember this, I play back a little touch of this right here. And then I can show you a match of some mood that them run out comes, right? Now I play back a little thing here. Play back a little thing here. Look on this.
You use it every day, but have you ever asked yourself, where does our water come from? Today, we'll answer that question for you. If you need water, all you have to do is turn on your tap and you have instant access to potable water. But that wasn't always the case. Before the introduction of piped water, residents of the Cayman Islands had 2 main sources of water. Groundwater, accessed through step wells, and in later years hand or electric pumps, or rainwater collected via cisterns. But rainwater is highly variable, and it was clear that it would soon become an unreliable source for a growing population. That is why legislation was passed to create the Water Authority as we know it today. So, where does the Water Authority get its water? The sea. Seawater is extremely salty, too salty for the human body to process. So the Water Authority removes the dissolved salts to make the water potable, which is another way of saying drinkable. To do that, we use a process called reverse osmosis. Reverse osmosis involves using high external pressure to force a salt water through a semi-permeable membrane, removing approximately 99.9% of the salts and creating fresh, drinkable water. The first step of the reverse osmosis process is groundwater abstraction. The seawater we are treating doesn't come straight from the ocean. Instead, using deep wells, we tap into saline groundwater. Our abstraction wells are dug 100 to 200 feet deep. That's as deep or deeper than the height of the Statue of Liberty. The second step is the pre-treatment phase. At this stage, we remove suspended solids or organics that may be in the groundwater. The cartridge filters used in this stage of the process can remove particles as small as 5 microns. To give you an idea just how small that is, think about this. The diameter of a human hair is approximately 100 microns. That means our filters can remove particles 20 times smaller than the diameter of a human hair. But what they can't remove is salt. Once the solids are removed, a high-pressure pump is used to force the water through a series of semi-permeable membranes, which are very fine filters that are housed in a PVC pressure vessel that removes 99% of the salt. When water comes from our abstraction well pump, it's at a pressure of 40 to 50 psi. The reverse osmosis pump pushes the water through the semi-permeable membranes at 700 psi. One of the byproducts of this process is a concentrated salty brine solution. This extremely salty water is disposed of into deep underground wells, much deeper than the wells that are used to abstract our feed water. But before the brine solution is disposed of, we're able to use the energy inside this pressurized water to run a reverse osmosis plant using energy recovery devices. The next
So rather them use the energy from that around the plant, from the start. All right, watch
step
it.
is post-treatment. Because we're using groundwater as our feed water, this clean, pure drinking water has a rotten egg smell. This is a result of the hydrogen sulfide found naturally in rocks, soil, and minerals. A degasifier is used to remove the hydrogen sulfide from the water, and a gas scrubber neutralizes it so it can be released into the atmosphere. Next, 3 chemicals are added to the water: sodium hydroxide to adjust the pH of the water to neutral, zinc orthophosphate to mitigate the corrosive effects of fresh water, and chlorine to prevent bacterial growth. The treated water is then stored in one of the authority's glass-fused steel reservoirs before being pumped to your home or office. The authority has 11 reservoirs across its facilities on Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac. 9 are in Grand Cayman and 2 in Cayman Brac, with a total storage capacity of 17.2 million gallons. There are over 400 miles of underground water pipelines that connects the authority to our 20,000 plus customers. The entire process is overseen by our team of operators from the control room. This room essentially functions as the brains of the authority's water production plant. Every facet of the operation is connected to the operating system, allowing the plant to run 24/7.
We monitor the plant, all of the numbers and pressures and flows and everything, just to make sure everything is where it's supposed to be. Well, some of the things that we monitor are like the pre-filters, the reservoir levels, the pressures, just an overview of the whole system.
Is it safe to drink your tap water? Yes! Not only is drinking tap water safe, it's better for the environment because it reduces single-use plastic bottles, and it's also cheaper than drinking bottled water. The average cost of 1 gallon of tap water is only 3 cents.
After them do this, 3 cents for their money. But our water, we take from the river and they purify it. I'm enough money happy if you do that.
How does the authority ensure its water is safe to drink? That's thanks to the Water Resources and Quality Control Department. The authority's laboratory was the first of its kind in the Caribbean to gain international accreditation. It received its accreditation in 2002 by the American Association for Laboratory Accreditation and has maintained its accreditation ever since.
We are testing water that is supplied throughout our distribution system, and we also do testing for our private request customers, and they typically get tests like chlorine, pH, conductivity, TDS. One of the things we're actually really looking for is bacteria. That is an important thing to look for in our water in terms of potability, because if there's any bacteria that could potentially harm the community, we actually want to make sure to pick it up before the water actually makes it to the community. Without knowing what's in our water, then we can't say for sure that the water is safe. And by doing our work, we are able to actually reassure the community that the quality of the water is safe.
The lab has a dedicated member of staff who collects water samples from across our distribution network for daily testing.
4842.
The authority is also tasked with protecting our country's groundwater resources.
All right, so I'm going to move that now, Ratty. So, them not think about no rain. Ratty, drop asleep,
No, ma'am, no.
Oh, you're on the phone. Okay. So them not think about no rain. Them not think about no rain. Them just do something that mean, so because them not have no river and these things, people. Them not think about no rain and tell about no drought and not like this. What them do, them just make sure them island good. We used to control that island, After we get independent, them depend them on the Queen of it back and them look about them one thing. But we used to look about the island. Them used to come to we for water. We have to send water there too. Yes. Everything. Them have to come to hospital and do everything. Now them have the best of everything. Even the laboratory where them have. So I wonder how Jamaica river never dry yet, but we have water problem, Ratty. Remember before you even say something, You remember the pipeline, the thing was start at Ukraine. Remember say Russia, in a Siberia, in them place, they have pipeline run from Siberia far, thousands of miles. Run go to Europe and get natural gas. Where them sell natural gas to these places. Jamaica now long, around 56, 58 miles wide, the widest part. Or is it even if the river them they out in a Maran, out in a St. Thomas, There is no way Jamaica should have nobody tell about Gov't and you short on water by this. Foolishness and garbage. But what the man them doing about them come, and Maria, them come with them black tank, because we want to know who sell the black tank them. Call them friend. So the government come and say, we are doing it because water and Gov't. We don't have no Gov't at Jamaica. None. Them people don't have no water. I'm going to show you water. I'm going to show you water right now. They don't have no water in the This is salt water, you know. But they still them could have set up that and them have no problem. Them maybe it's about no rain or nothing. Because the ocean big around them. When them dig a salt water, them get same way. You understand? Salt water same way. So them don't have no problem. As you can see it. Right? But the government now tell you, you're still people now have beer tank and them finna get tank. I'll show you what happened. Look on this now and then I'll make it talk. Look on this.
Time come.
Alright, so this, we just get this. This is the man there in this. Samuda.
And peace and power to the people.
To the people of Westmoreland, the Minister of Water came here last week. And he came on a helicopter. And he drove across Negril all day. He didn't visit you in your home to see the water from the yard. So I didn't come on a helicopter today. I'm on a boat because you have to come look where the people are getting the water from. And you have to come look where you're going to deliver the water from. And you have to have a clear understanding of the citizens of this country who you serve. So, Matthew, next time you come, don't come in the helicopter. Don't waste the taxpayers' funds. Find a boat or walk your foot or drive the government vehicle that they can come. Alright?
The water pretty ratty. No, but a serious note. Because I see some river all over the place and some dirty water, you know, but you know, so that them have to use and them have to clean it up. Look how water, this is run to the sea, by the way. And all of the rivers, Black River, the whole of them rivers you run to the sea. Jamaica no short of water. I just NWC not working and the government come out with them foolishness. Look on Black Tank now, when them have filled the place with Black Tank, come in and even understand. Look here. Remember, you know, we're supposed to turn first world country 5 years and a couple months from now. First world. That are the promise, right? Look here.
Avenue in Montego Bay at the NWC office in St. James. This is the graveyard for the billions of dollars that we have spent on buying these trucks.
All right, so this I tell about the truck. I want to pass the truck them and go to this first.
And we continue our focus on the drought impacting Westmoreland and Hanover. The situation has led to a boom in the water trucking business. Dwayne Anderson has more in part 2 of Waterless West.
They come in all colors and sizes.
That truck here, that was a cesspool truck. See the water truck in front of me? This is not a water truck. That's a cesspool truck. All right. And you see where them are full of water at it? That at NWC water catchment that, you know. So if water in this where them can't full, the whole of them truck can't full. Why not turn on the valve and make the people them get them water? You know, say I play with the people. You see where them are full of the water though? At NWC thing this, you know. All right. Continue.
And are now the most common vehicles in parts of Westmoreland and Hanover.
There are so many trucks on the road, you know, that, you know, the trucks are like the bike taxis.
Every week there's 5 new trucks, and I'm estimating you have 100 water trucks in this community.
They are also in high demand.
From private people, hundreds of call, man.
Hundreds of call a day?
Yeah, man.
Stakeholders say trucking water is now the fastest way to earn big money. Businessmen from as far as Kingston are also cashing in. The trucks run day and night, sometimes until the wheels fall off, literally. But some are convinced there's a sinister side to the water trucking business.
My fear is if it is allowed to be entrenched and become a culture in this community, and then it starts to spread eastward, you're going to use a Sablamar start up the problem.
We asked the NWC and political leadership about the claims of corruption in distribution or tampering with water supply sources.
I've heard such rumors. We do need a little bit more than rumors. What I can
hear such rumors. You hear them talk? Ignorance, you know. Rumors.
Say is that if there are persons doing so and persons have evidence of that, we would be happy to have it reported to us and we'll have the police deal with it.
I've contacted the ASP in charge of the Negril police station, which these reports are coming from. I've informed him of what I've heard. The police and the security forces are looking to ways they can include some of these possible locations into their patrolling.
How much truth is there to some of the information we're getting that there are some truckers and even some other unscrupulous persons who are tampering with NWC lines in an attempt to boost their business during this water crisis?
Well, our records show that currently there's only one licensed trucks that have been sterilized by the NWC that operates privately in this location.
But on one trip to Negril from Savlamar, I counted 17 trucks. And from Negril to the Hanover border, I counted another 14. That's 31 trucks. But between the NWC and the health department, they confirmed only 13 certified trucks.
These truckmen are selling $7 million worth of water daily, and you're looking at about $2.5 billion worth of water annually, and you need to fix the price for water. A truckman should not be selling a truckload for more than $15,000, and this will guarantee him a $750,000 profit at the end of the month. My God, why is the truckman charging $40,000 for one truckload of water and bankrupting an entire community?
It is why the government is being advised to immediately send in specially trained personnel.
And I would suggest to the Prime Minister, send down a 12-man military from the engineering corps and help the National Water Commission people to police the trucks and police the valves and police the hydrant.
Under the law, persons are allowed to extract and use water without a license if it is required only for domestic use, and if he or she has a right of access to the source of the water. O'Neill is in the latter position. He says he allows persons to access water for domestic use from the Cabarita River via.
So, let me move that again now, Ratty. I'm going to play something and they will attack. So, the government declared so them have emergency money now, after the election day, because all of a sudden, some people have the water in them tap. But the water then the line same way, because them full the truck from the water commission thing, right? Some of them, a couple of them get it from the river. Sabotage, The government said them have do $150 million emergency money. But tell me what, who them pay that money? I couldn't the truck man because the people them have to buy the water, see me, Ratty. Them a chop the money, brother. You see, Ratty? You see, Maria? Where the money go? Where the $150 million gone? Plus, them have some other money with them. Them have say emergency. Plus, them have the black tank. You want to know what them do with the black tank? Look here. Look here.
Wickedness can't done. Wanna help me count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I want to ask the JLP councillor for the Little London Division, Ian Miles, and the Member of Parliament, more or less, Wilson, how the car wash across from the Jamaica Labour Party office, the constituency office in Mango Hall in Little London, how the car wash get 10 water tanks. How the car wash get 10 water tank. I want more or less Wilson and Ian Miles to answer me and tell me how the car wash get 10 water tanks. We have citizens suffering out there. It's not say them put this in 10 labor right house, or 10 labor right yard. It's the car wash where wash car in front of the Labour Party office, right beside the Labour Party office. Have 10 brand spanking new water tank where poor people forget. I want to explain it to me, explain it to every citizen of Westmoreland, explain it to the tax.
No, but Ratty and Maria, me not lie, this look like a sore eye in Jamaica, Me want them put some other tank, and I ask the government if them get any fuel like Cherry Gardens and like, me want to see them up at Beverly Hills too, Me want to see them tank, me want to see if them going to take them and put them on their whole stop and line it off up there. Oh, it a look. Because them are say it a look bad on the landscape. If you have water in the top, build the reservoir like when we see them doing a Cayman. And if you have water, even when you have hurricane, can't lack off them reservoir keep water clean, the water running in your pipe. We don't have no black tank, boy. We don't have no tank. We live in a civilized country, we don't have no tank. What you have in the tank for you, sir? Eh?
No.
So you have full of country, them big old black tank, yeah. A matter of fact, it never safe. Because when everybody have a tank like this, when you have a reservoir, you know it's more secure. It's harder for your pies in the water, but any one of them one tank, me have a one tank and a man like me can go pies in my water, don't it? I throw anything dirty in my water, because the top can just easily walk me, you know. Eh? All this go. Especially in a ghetto. And then when you give the people them the tank like this, Swati, or you full it because you have to pay for the chuck water then. That means the government plan with them chuck. Enough of them have chuck, including fathers and wife, you know. Enough woman, you know. So them plan for run a chucking business now to come full tank for you. Instead they get water in your pipe. And instead of them run pipe. This is an eyesore, brother. Yeah? Look on the next one, yeah. Look here. Look on the yard, yeah. This is what them do with the black
Hills here. PNP caretaker, next member of parliament for Western Westmoreland. I don't like to come on here and discuss things that are disturbing, but sometimes it is so wrong that you have to discuss it. And you have to cry shame on it. So I want to have a talk with the JLP councillors and the JLP member of parliament. I want to have a conversation with them. You see the water tanks that the JLP government giving us to give out? Stop giving one person 5. Wanna stop it. Wanna stop it. It's not right. If you look in this one person yard, they have 2 hook up already. I wanna still give him 5. Wanna do even pick 5 labor right, extra labor right for give one. And pick 5 extra labor right for them get 1 each. Wanna give one person extra 5. And the people them are selling it. It's a damn shame. This person have 2 in them yard hook up already. And wanna give him an extra 5. Sat there the whole yard full. And him sell some of them. And I go and call on the government, you know. I go and call on the government. If you not go and give out the water tank them, don't send it to people yard for them give it out. Don't send those that are connected to you. This
You saw the tank how them take up the water in your back of your yard and stay no ratty. Now I move them now, I move on now. Come on, go show you some things now. This government is a way of chopping money. Because the man, them, you remember the other day, them that come up with car seat. That reverse, that backfire upon them. So them come up with the water tank, the government, we have 50,000 water tank. You know, scarce water not scarce. Me don't know no river down there dry up. Nowhere over Jamaica, no river dry up. So all the water commission supposed to do is do them work, put in bigger main, and make people have water. You can't talk about first world country and thing like this, man. Cayman. One little place so gone, them their leader will by far. By far. You know, sister Pierre chopping a Guarati and Maria. You Ratty.
Look. While you're talking, I pull up the 2016 JLP Manifesto. And them have a section. You know what the section called? Water. 2016. 2016. And I'm going to just read you some of the things out of the 2016 one. It says, quite simply, water is life. Too many homes and farms are deprived of this precious commodity. And it says, we have made significant improvements in Jamaica's storage and distribution systems before, and we will do it again. This is 2016. They said, we, the JLP, we've improved the distribution and also the storage. And the essence of that is that somebody else come and mash it up and they say, but we will do it again. So let's see if they did it again. All right. First thing they said, They're going to invest in increased water production by building new water treatment plants. They're going to be doing deep water drilling in the hills, and they will be bringing water from the north coast, where it is abundant, to the south coast, where the larger part of our population resides. So like you were saying, the piping system, because Jamaica is 144 miles long by about 50, 60 miles wide, right? We don't see none of that. Right? But let's give them the benefit of the doubt. This is 2015, 2016, before them coming part. These are the promises we're going to give you. They said they're going to encourage rainwater harvesting in rural drought-prone areas. They're going to increase reliable supply of water to 95% of the homes in urban areas. And in rural areas, they're going to increase it from 60% to 85%. And they're going to rehabilitate the sewage collection system below crossroads and expand sewer collection in the suburban area, including introduce sewage collection systems in high population areas like Spanish Town, Sablamar, blah, blah, blah. Now, you did something one time where you showed sewer water come up out of the hospitals downtown, right?
Yeah,
Recently.
I know that's downtown, even the market. Well, I just knock it same time.
Politicians doing a great job. Look at the road. Look at the condition of the road in Coronation Market, the heart of Kingston. I'm not giving yourself raised up on the road. We don't have nowhere for walk. We don't have nowhere for drive. Up on the road. I'm not giving yourself raised, brother. Something as simple as that. Look at that. The mega at downtown, where people come and buy them vegetables and stuff. Is this sanitary? Is this good? I won't complain and I say we love complain.
Yes, right. Some night as a top, me knock it in, because you know we're around there now. Sister Maria. So, we talk to knock it. So this is the promise. And the promise is.
Yes. Say we love complain. No, correct me if I'm wrong. We used to work on West Street and West Queen Street, which is few blocks from Coronation Market. And to the best of my recollection, that is below Crossroads.
Yeah,
right?
Of course.
And this is what them say. Them say, we are going to, which part is there? Rehabilitate the sewage collection system below Crossroads. Right? And that's sewage, right? The art, right? No, these are the things that were said in 2016. So you can, when somebody say, look, I promise to do the following things, then you can say, okay, all right, you promise to do it. Now make we go to 2020 and hear what them say. In a 2020, 2016, hold on. 2020, all right. Give me a second there. I'll find it at the water section. Cause them good pan promising people thing, you know. Yeah, them good pan that.
Yes.
But you're going dead with laugh when I read. There's one bullet point out there. Yeah, Maria going. Make sure not man on the seatbelt, you know, because this one, yeah. No, believe me when I tell you that this one is going to be a problem for this. As that's the one you're going to mash up your head, right? All right, here we go. Infrastructure. All right, here we go. It says here, right, that they're going to revise the National Drought Management Plan. We never even know them have one, but them say them are going to this is 2020 now. Them say them are going to revise it, right? Let me big up the screen here. All right. Hold on. All right. Them are going to revise the drought management plan to mitigate against the impact of drought conditions. Keep in mind, this is 2020. Remember the promises in 2016? Now we're up to 2020. Then they said they're going to do more rainwater harvesting capacity and schools will be involved.
You know, they run out of idea. But that, brother.
Not my words. Not my words. Not my words. They said they're gonna do the rehabilitation and maintenance of community catchment tanks. You know, in the community we have catchment tanks.
Yes, catchment tank. Yeah, me know. Like the one where you say the community catchment tank, like the one where with Bug Life, where the community Bug Life catchment tank. Bug Life, yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah, what them say, municipal corporations or communities themselves will assume responsibility of maintaining these systems. Drinking water supply from rainwater harvesting system should be treated or filtered to meet world standards before it is consumed.
Catchment tank, you
say. The catchment here, the community want that. Okay.
Nothing.
Yeah, Bug Life one too, you know.
Yeah.
I said stay, you know.
Mr. Morgan, VMP, and Uriah Mitchell is the council upon the condition of the catchment. It's the only source of water for the people in Cayman district, Cayman, Bug Life constituency. That's one. Condition of it.
Yeah, for Bug Life.
Catchment. Where Cayman people get water to drink. What's the condition? What's the condition of it?
Yes, I'm going to that.
Look there. That's one the condition of the catchment. Cayman people. Because them know them now if you do nothing wrong, I say. Because them vote sure wrong, I say. Because them can't pipe. Come rock up, I say them all send water up here. After election, we then send truck. Come take up the pipe. The pipe there. But the condition of the catch hard. Bug Life constituency this. But yeah. This is Bug Life constituency, and Uriah Mitchell, the Romed councillor. What's the condition of the catchment in this part of the district in Cayman?
So, if I go and run it out, but this is the catchment tank where you are talking now. Remember what quick on it? A Bug Life one doing now.
All right.
See, a Bug Life forget the letter from you there. Don't forget the last suit. Him same one. I feel him think this, so him left it. Yes.
So them going to say that they will ensure that all, ALL, not some, all rural spaces and places have access to water for life and livelihoods. All. That's what them say. All right. And them say we will accelerate the provision of water to rural communities through the development of 30 rural projects all across Jamaica, providing piped water to some 60,000 residents, as well as develop 40 catchment tanks, right? And the rehabilitation of over 30 more. And they will build all kinds of stuff. No, here's another one. They said they're going to replace the replacement of the current infrastructure. They're going to replace to include transmission mains and pipes, as well as replace the transmission main, Spanish Town Road from 6 miles in South Camp Road to South Camp Road in Kingston to improve potable water supply to communities adjoining this major thoroughfare. I don't think them do that. Innovative way to expand water access, and them going on now. But here is one. Here's the one that I really want you and sis. Listen to this one. It says the bullet point says development of desalination plants. Yes, sis. This is 2020. That's what them say, right? And I'm going to read you what them say. Them say development of desalination plants for drinking water supply in coastal cities to expand the options for water access in Jamaica. More specifically, listen carefully, this will begin with the upgrading and expansion of the ferry desalination project, which will seek to harness up to 10, whatever it is, from the brackish Ferry Springs at Moses Lake. Now, the herbalist went and did some research, and him said, this was something that was discussed a long time ago, and it never got off the ground. But if you read what they're saying, they say, we have a desal plant in Jamaica, man. We have one. So them I look upon you now and say, well, loan some talk about. We have a desal plant, Ferry Springs, we might talk about.
But we not see that.
Yeah, look for it. You see, he's up out your chair like you look for it.
Yeah, because we not see it, Ratty. We not see it. You understand? Yeah, we not see it.
And then them have one flood management. Then them have financing arrangements for new water schemes. Then here's another one. Sewage and wastewater treatment services. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. The point of the matter is this. Promises. Which country manifesto? Andrea asked her which country manifesto that's our government's manifesto 2016. It's online. Look, check it out before they move it, because the other day we all look for it and them didn't move it.
Yeah, can they listen to it? They're gonna move it right now. Yeah.
2016. Yeah, 2016 and 2020. You can go there and you can find it. And I mean, hold on, sorry. Let me turn this off. There was a I don't think I have it up here, but there was a, oh, wait a minute. I think this is it. Hold on. Okay. In February 2020, the same time them just make the last promises. Right, the Gleaner did something called JLP 2016 10-point manifesto, were promises kept. And them specifically talk about the water one, right? Let me get to that there. Let me see. Turn start junior market, government movement. All right. Here it is. Status. Number 5. Listen carefully, Not my words. Not my words. The Gleaner went back and said, we're going to look at the 2016 water plan, and we're going to look at it and see if them deliver. Number 5, here's what it says. It says, fix Jamaica's water infrastructure and make strategic capital investments in water. The investment in water will reduce the impact of drought on the economy and will boost agriculture and housing commission, right? That's the promise. Mm-hmm. Now, here's what the Gleaner, in their investigation, what they said. Development plans were announced by the National Water Commission, but no major water project commission outside of the corporate area. None. Not my words.
Remember, we have in Palm Video too, I say, them have over 300 housing solution startup. You know why it's not done? Water. We going to fix that and for all. We are going to get, because I'm always, a matter of fact, in promise with the water, the utility, in promise to light to, for end light poverty, poverty.
So,
yes.
The first one you show with the water, with the gentleman with upon the river, that was what? Negril? That was Westmoreland?
Westmoreland, yes.
And him said that the MP, the council named Ian Miles, yes, and the MP named more or less Wilson. More or less Wilson. Well, that is what we're getting. More or less incompetence. That's what we're getting.
Yes.
That's what we're getting.
Yes. So when them start to know erratic, we want to know who the government buy the black tank from. Which one of them own that was carrying them black tank there? Them are right. Billion. Them black tank they value a couple $100 million over $1 billion, And at them have it, Same like how you have General Rice. Sorry, Marie, me have to call out General Rice still. Same like how we have General Rice. Marie artist, Like how we have General Rice. The people them carrying black tank and a full the place with black tank. Maria, me have to carry General Rice, But them are going bad. Yes, sis.
You and Ratty need to leave my artist alone, okay? Stop it. They're going short. Oh, no, but seriously though. I'm thinking about the black tanks and the health risks involved Because normally with regular plastic bottles, when they say you buy recycled the bottled water, they say, you know, not to heat it up, not to put it in the refrigerator. There are certain things that come with it because when you heat it up or when you put it in the freezer or something, it activates certain chemicals in the plastic itself. And so microplastics come from it. So I'm thinking about these drums, these black tanks, and when it is heated, what effects what effect does it have on the water inside of it, and how that water now affects the people who use the water? Because I would think that those water tanks, and not only that, from whom did they purchase these tanks? Because that also has to be factored in there. Because if they were made in China, we have to be concerned about that, given the fact that anything that comes out of China is always questionable because everything is mass produced, but not to the best, not to the highest of standards. And who owns these trucks? Is it a member of parliament, a minister of government, a friend of theirs, a relative of theirs? Because if the government doesn't own it, then somebody's profiting off people's pain. And that is rather unfortunate and very sad. And I'm listening to Rattigan read out the 2020 manifesto, and the part about the desalination of the water, right? That sounds like a copy and paste from the Cayman situation, the Cayman program, because it basically outlines exactly what is being done in Cayman right now. So that sounds more like a copy and paste than an original idea. And since they have that, Cayman has this program going, why not partner with them to have the same thing done to benefit the people? Because then you would have a situation where the NWC, the government, would be in charge of this program, right? So you would not have you wouldn't need any black tanks because they're that constant source of water. Farmers would benefit, schools would benefit, everybody would benefit. So for them not to partner with Cayman shows the short-sightedness of the government, because this is a program that should be up and running in Jamaica, but the corruption and somebody has to benefit from it is a part of the problem, you know? But this is something that should have been done and can be done. And if they're willing to do it, they can do it right now. They can do it right now. They need the will to do so.
So Ratty, as I said before, the government them run out and them say, you know, them have emergency money, 150 million. If the people don't pay for the water, Ratty and Maria, them have pay for them water, 40,000 per truck. Why the government has said them like them a pay fee, so the people them forget it free, don't?
Yeah,
where them get the money they are doing it? Maria,
they're paying
where the money for?
For the truck water. They're paying for the truck water and still paying their water bill, and there's no water in the pipe. So where do they get the money from to be buying water and turn around and pay a water bill? That makes no sense really.
Because so, like the government that pay the truck money.
Yeah.
So where the money I go? Where the money go in? So one them answer this because the money them a scam here. That a chopping money. And by the way, as I said before, Cayman out there so them not have no river and nothing at all. Them not depend on the rain. Them have to use salt water. Jamaica, we not see none of the river them a dry up. Millions of gallons of water waste every day. Run just one half. Them not dry up. Yeah? So when the man get up and say something, so see there, them say Gov't River at 39.7 kilometers long. You understand? Yeah? No, I don't think at the longest river. Check Black River and put it up. Put up Black River. But that long still, but put up Black River. Check Black River right now.
What about the Raya? I think it's the Raya.
It's long too. All of these rivers, one of them long, come from far. Check Google Black River and put it up. Yeah? Look at Black River. Right? So Jamaica run out of water, you know. Jamaica no out of water in a ratty. Jane, I just them now with them black tank, I put it all over the place. But me not see none up in a cherry garden. All them have water same way. Should them live on the hill, them should have run out of water then. And them should have get the most black tank up there, you know. Front of them house and pan them house stop, you know. Oh, no, no, going up the black Ratty. Or them not keep black tank?
It's a good question. You know why? Well, it's a good question, but we know the answer.
Yeah, good. Because what I do, devalue them place and it not look good for them. For them eyesight.
Correct.
What if them for full up on the hill, the Beverly Hills and the whole place with black tank? But these are the and yeah, but them for full up them man. Just pack them up there. Pack them up there. See? This too bad, man. It's very bad. Because you take the country now and I take a black tank from them friends where them a chop money as a government. And by the way, that means the chuck them is a permanent thing now, right? Because if you put in them black tank there, you know, some people might not have the money for go food, but when you put in them black tank here, that means you have to go buy water. That'll make it them get emboldened now and come sell the water. Each time it done.
And that is the plan with them have. That is the plan with them have. So them think about it and say
they're putting water up, right?
Yeah.
Like a 20 black tank just each up one place. It not look good. Better build some reservoir in a place when it Gov't feed and it think the feed go down and deal with the people them thing more than you put in this bag of big black tank all over the place. They might try to get rid of plastic but can build some big old rusty black tank in a people's face. It not look good, man. And a first world country that. So they melt up the plastic, use it, make black tank, and you carry it in and full up the place with the black tank. When the water sun hot it up, then it cool out, then it hot up again. That don't make no sense. Yes, Ratty.
No, you're absolutely correct. And so what happened, you see, the black tanks now, they're going to use that, all the plans what them have for dig and lay pipes and do all that stuff. None of them don't have to do it because them say, hey, you have the tanks. So we just put the tanks. So we don't have to spend the money and dig up the road and put pipes and do all the other things where we should have do. And look, the water issue is a big issue. And shame on the minister for not addressing this problem. And you can't address it flying in a helicopter. You have to address it when you roll up your sleeves and you come in at the community and you sit down and you talk to people and you get your team in and then you go to work. That's how you address problems. Flying over and looking and examining the problem. You don't need to. You could have stay home and watch TV. Because the same thing we see from there, the TV, the broadcast, them show it. So, brother.
So
Mr. G, this is going backwards for sure.
Yeah, because this is not good.
Herbie T, bless up yourself.
Yeah, so Herb T. The great Herb T there.
No, it's that Herbie T from Florida.
I think of Herb T.
No, Herb T himself.
Yeah, him text me.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, him text me. I think of Herb T. Yeah, man. Yeah. So right now we know. Honest, but easy for you with that one, you know, we know. But let me tell you, it's a zero you get, you know. You're on J jacket. But a zero when you get zero. Remember them did have a minister said them a wee in a hose, you know. And that them give people now, you know. You remember Queen has said them for wee in a hose and give people water and all kind of things. This is what the man them come with. Now have no respect neither. Right now, I chop the money because the millions of dollars, they chop it. Who getting the money? You know what I mean? Before we move on, I move on to your favorite person now in Abati. But before we move on to your favorite person, let me play this now because I want you big. Hear this, Ratty, the same black tank. Hear this. The lady will make me get it and say the gentleman say make sure when him have vote. Who are get the tank, make sure then the back I am 100%. You see me? So the lady will give the tank, the gentleman tell us make sure when I vote, you the back I am 100%. So you get a tank, and then for walk and watch it, you can't watch the man where I vote for. All that of foolishness, you know? Front of people, and so me know, before me go to your favorite person, because she will mash up right now in a Ratty. We know business. And she will get mash up, she this way. Yeah? She no man, she this way. She go like she want style. She forgot catch. Okay? But what thing near Mocha, Jamaica? Is when you Google Mocha, it tells us them are the first, them are independent in law enforcement, but them a crab run it, the Minister of National Security. Them use same police and them use soldier at the head for that. Yes, still I want commissioner. Them not independent, brother. They are not. Them dependent. A matter of fact, them not the same building with iProbe and them people that are at it. The same building, them in a.
Them in the towers, the NCB towers. Yeah.
Yes, NCB towers. So them not, and by the way, them say them mandate like to investigate all kind of things. Why, when the Prime Minister, before him say don't turn and put Zion or him not declare something, why them not investigate him? Why in a 2020, 2022, 2021, when them move him money ratty, why them never go and seize something from the Prime Minister or them charge him for something? Because straight in that. And that them mandated for do. Oh, me not see them charge no big boys, or them not charge nobody from Cookport and them just silent. You know, see them a waste some money, them a waste man.
Look, and you have to blame, you have to put blame where blame is. You have to blame as much as I know him, Peter Bunting, you have to blame him. Because him set it up and him say I'm going to make it FBI style. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Never have no FBI input into it. And him set it up. And when him set it up, who's in charge of it? It's a military guy him put in charge of it. I don't remember his name. And,
yeah, a military guy.
I met with them. And you know that
mm-hmm.
them have a consultant. You know him come from? England, a white guy.
Mm.
In the behind the scenes. We meet him. How that possible? With all the Jamaicans where you have. All the Jamaicans where you have.
Tell me something. Let me ask you something. Like you know where did from the FBI, where master in the FBI. Go through the whole thing. And like local police just come and you go chat to local police and sing with local police. You don't have no one database and one things and you do no one investigation. One do listen to the same local police commissioner. Him come and have chat over like Google guy have chat over them. It don't make no sense. Eh? It don't make no sense.
No.
And the governor rule, No, now come under federal law.
Look,
right?
I tell you, you say Herb Nelson, I don't think we give him enough credit as we should. And people don't understand how experienced that man is. But Herb would have been perfect for that job. Herb Nelson would have been perfect. Even if they want to use a military man. But look, it stands for major organized crime. Don't tell me what the military guy who in charge of. We know about organized crime.
He man go know for protect. A matter of fact, him can protect Jamaica from Haiti. And that's no disrespect, sir. But you feel them training with them get off for earth, the own Jamaican people. Them make deployment in a Jamaica, not out.
Yeah,
and that's the truth. No care you hear them title big, General Lampile and Google. What them do outside? What them do? Them go in a ghetto, not even uptown, in the ghetto. So them are plastic soldier, them to man. Them are real soldier, Them are real soldier.
But hold on, that are not even in mandate. The mandate is to investigate major organized crime, right?
Why am I investigate?
Right. And the soldier man have no experience in that area.
No. Battlefield, war. Him not have no experience on that.
You know who Sylvan Hayes. Him now in charge of FID.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, he was at the meeting too, but I think him did come from JCF, right? I don't think he was at him was ever part of Mocha. Maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. But then bring out a white man. And I talk to the man and the man say, yeah, I came here from England. And him say him come from England and him did I came from the UK, I'm there for a while. And him come as a consultant and him just move him over here so and him collect big money. And me I say, look, you bring a man who don't understand, him not understand the culture, him not understand the landscape, him not understand everything have to be catered for him. When you use a man like Herb Nelson, you don't have to cater nothing for him. It's a natural fit.
Not the style, yes.
A natural fit.
Mm-hmm.
And that is how we think, you know. We think that no matter how much our people get the experience and educated, that a white man can come in and provide information, and we listen to him. And a lot of times, our people are trained the white man will come there.
But them don't know.
Exactly, Rattigan, because I was about to say that majority of the time, the white man is less qualified than the black person. But the Jamaicans have this mentality where they're excited when they see, especially a white person. You know, it's like, yes, he has to know better just by virtue of the color of his skin. Even though that black person, even Sir Herb, by miles, is way more qualified than that person. It doesn't matter to them, and it affects. It's not only at the lower level; it goes all the way up through the ranks, even into the government, the political, even the business class, where they have more respect for anyone who does not look like them or does not come from their community, which is rather unfortunate.
You know, one time, right? This was back in about 2017, 2018. We had a project we don't work on, right? Cyber project with Jamaica, and we invited the police, banking industry, a whole bunch of people, and we are going down there to do a presentation to them. And you know, a man down there who was part of the set up things down there. You know him say? Him say, when you not come, make sure you bring a white man, you know. Never forget it. Him say, make sure when you not come, you bring a white man, because we want white people to talk. We know really, me I say it look nice when you have a white man up front that talk. I just shake me and say, why? You know? Well, that's how it go.
And the reverse of that, Rattigan, look at the reverse of that, is that black people in a predominantly white society have to work 10 times as hard to be in that position as a white person. And then when you work and you have the necessary qualifications and you go back into your society that is predominantly black, you still are treated like an underdog.
Mental slavery, man.
It is mental slavery. Yeah.
But again, let me tell you something now. As me just say that, because we'll go back to this, but as me just say that, when them just say mental slavery with the police, we have to bring up Cayman James, because them are boot him, you know. I'm a call upon Sykes. Well, that man be serious, you know.
We can't make this go. Andrea, we bring on a guest not too long ago, I'm sure, right? And he was saying that Maria will get rid of that. Him say, we are actually white, you know. So Andrea said, no man, you're white, Ratty. Remember I said, oh no white, so you can't complain. I said, no can't complain because white. But the man come explain. You remember the show, Maria?
I was happy to see you and to see that you're still black.
Got you notes. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Yes. So me touch James don't run James. Because them are angling bad and them are play some political football with him, you know. Him not do nothing, you know. But what them do, them throw away the police, them, the good police, them. Yeah, and when you meet like how him, they don't stand up for the rank and file, them stand up for the people of Jamaica. You know, when you watch more than one video, them always talk about the citizen and the rank and file. But them up there, so them are play political football with them career. And we are called out to Brian Sykes. Yeah? Because tell me what now, you have some people that discuss him. Remember me at the winning, you know? And people remember when when if you always look on all the bulb and look on the little thing, then because for the thing then. Remember me, I set them up, you know. I tell Ratty, after we set them up and say, Ratty, yeah. But we set up a couple of them and catch some people in the act, you know. You understand? So when you go there and you call Ron James, then we're here too. And we have speak out to make him hear, because the chairmanship them a move from him in a ratty. And it's a political thing them are going on with, you know. Yeah? And the judge them, lawyer and other people, and politician, the whole of them involved in the racket to take him down. And they need to stop this, man. See? So we are watching what them are doing on me, and then we have to blast them. And by the way, Ron James, if you listen to me, I better run a program like this, you know, come blast them, you know. They're your one man, you know, man, you pull your one door, you know. You can't worry about nothing now from Google there until Google to take over at the same thing. You can't hold back on them. Where you say, Ratty?
You know, them send him home, right? And go court. And if to go back, them send him home. Why them send him home? Because the man was very vocal for his people. Remember now, as the Federation chairman, him represent about 95, 96% of the force, right? And there was a problem, and people need to understand this, because some people, if you come in at the middle of the story, you won't really understand it. And so you will hear the speeches, and then you will say, no, I'm rude and this and that. No, but you need to understand the story. What happened was that they went to court because the men and women of the JCF, they were not being paid accurately, and they were not being paid on time for overtime because it was a manual system. So they went to court, and the court ruled in March of 2022 that the JCF must put a system in place so that people could so that the policemen and women could be paid on time and accurately. And they gave them 1 year to do it. So it was supposed to have been completed, I think, March 31st and be operational April 1st, the start of the fiscal year, right? Because, you know, Jamaica fiscal year ends March 31st, yes. Start April 1st. I wonder why they pick April Fool's Day. I don't know, but I just said that. And so then the Minister of Finance and the Public Service, the Honorable Dr. Nigel Clark, he provided the funds for the system to be built or installed. And that was supposed to have been done last year. And it wasn't done. So the chairman asked them to have meetings, and it still wasn't done. So then, and him start get pressure now from the people him represent. I said, wait a minute, you the court order there, so where you are about it and things like that. So, him never need any prodding, because him know what they were doing was wrong. Him know that they're supposed to put the system in place. It wasn't put in place. So then it get to the point now where frustration start build up. But what we mustn't overlook is the truth. Right? And that's what he was talking about. And you know how it goes sometimes when you talk truth to power, them just retaliate. And that's exactly what they did to him. They retaliated, and them said basically it was conduct unbecoming of his position. And he said, and them send him home. He appealed. And the court said, no, put him back there. Right? And then the Court of Appeal, them said, no, send him home. Them play yo-yo with the man. Right? Now him file a action, him file an injunction, right? And the injunction when him file, it would be what we call in America like a preliminary injunction. And basically what it says is that, look, I'm being hurt, I'm being damaged, and court, if you don't do something about it, the damage could be irreparable. So you need to step in and temporarily put a fix to this right now, and then we deal with it later on. And a temporary injunction is different from a permanent injunction. Permanent injunction is where the court come out and give a final judgment about the matter and say, okay, it's this or it's that. But the temporary injunction is to hold things in place, just so they put him back, and then you get to the permanent injunction. And guess what? I'll know the court no rule upon it, and it did for quite a while. So there is no rush to provide justice to this man. And we need to come out and speak about this, because he was fighting a righteous fight, right? And they showed him indignity and sent him home because, but it just goes to show what happens in Jamaica when you stand up, And especially when you stand up and you don't have people that back you. I wish the federation, they would have come out and back the man. You know, the members, them. But you see what them do? Them try, them move him, them tell them have election, them put some new people in, and then promote him Gensec. So the Gensec gone, and them send him home, and then replace them with two different people who don't have the same spirit, the same zeal, the same mandate, like the former Gensec and Chairman Ron James. So it's a disservice. It's a disservice.
It's a disservice. But here this narrative. And Ron James, if you watch right now, well, me know say Google to one the one of them I watch. So you are more likely I watch too. Right? If you watch right now, me know you watch. Can Google to them I watch and fix bail when I watch. So well, I don't know why I'm doing injustice. You could have start to now. Right? And so I have to talk to them, you know. Can you know Google to, right, Platty? You know Google to?
No.
You don't know Google to?
No.
Serious? I'll show you Google to. You have Google Gaga, you know, but you have Google to. Then take come tie, you know. So them have Google to know. No, is that
hold on then. Want to the tricycle.
Me not give man Google Gaga man, him have to come back. Him can't leave, him have to leave for my term. I'm tired, you know. But no, then give me Google to still, so me kind of feel, because I did bex when Google just get up so without we move him. Yeah? But no, then give me a Google to. You come and chat foolishness. The one of them gang up and a deal with Corporal Ron James. But here this is what I want to say to Ron James. You see, in your executive way they have, you might have feel everybody all right, but just let them nobody feel everybody all right when you do a work because you have enough people to buy your work for money. And that's the truth. See? So when you feel them all right, and because if them did all right and everything, nobody couldn't tell them. Them just say, yo, we not even run for the office and nothing, it have to remain the same. And them are stand up with you and push it through. But you have some them are back and belly rat and all kind of things. All them are doing, you know, step in your shoulder and sink, you know. Them no good. All them are watch me too. Uno no good. Nobody can trust you no. You understand? That it no good. Because if they want to win one thing in a rat, me, you, Herb, Maria, there is nobody on this face of this, well, them know we can rat here, there, you know. Because you see, when we are doing things, so we want free with people them from the evil bandage, from Pharaoh, Andrew Pharaoh, and the evil forces. Let me tell you, not even Ligel. When if no came come call or you come on the program, you can come. But remember that can't move me because remember me is not a flip flopper. Neither Ratty, neither Herb T, neither Maria. I need a Fantastic Five. So we don't do flip flopping around here. We don't do it. You understand? Because we are a real soldier, you know. Yeah, man, we are a real soldier, man. You understand? And female soldier too. We want a real soldier, we are a real soldier around here. You understand? So no flip flopping. Even if Maria send General Rice come call me, like General Rice come already, we not flip flop. So my thing to Corporal James is, if you watch some people, you think say your colleagues and you know when you have these things on you, them just see you. Remember in the position where you're there, some people want that position, you know. So all them are green teeth and a chat with you. If them never want it, or them have the respect, nobody will not run for that. And no guy up there so couldn't move you. Me I tell you that. You understand? Allow me to tell you that. Because the way it is, them couldn't come to me and say, no, we not do that. And me I come out, come talk. This is just me. This is Ratty, this is just we. You have to keep it real around here. But them never real because them want him job. Can't be trusted, man. Yes, Ratty and Maria.
No, go ahead, Maria.
I'm just thinking about what they're doing to James. But the court having ruled and said that they should send him back, and then turn around rule and say, no, send him home, tells me that that's not a judiciary that is operating independently of the government, that reeks of political interference, because they're supposed to do things by the letter of the law. And I don't see why Chairman James is still in limbo for doing his job. And the person who is there now has the situation that Corporal James spoken about. Has it changed? Because if that person who is in his, I think it's a woman, if she has not held the government's feet to the fire and continued where Corporal James left off, then it shows that he has been victimized and he's being pushed out, and they are just rubber stamping what the government says and not there to fight on behalf of the rank and file. Because remember when he was at that funeral, and he spoke, I mean, passionately about what was facing in rank and file. He knows it because he sees it on a daily basis. The commissioner doesn't see it, the minister doesn't see it, the prime minister doesn't see it, but he has to deal with it on a daily basis. I'm 100% sure that when an officer passes in the line of duty, he gets that call. He has visited many families. He sees the impact that it is having on his rank and file. He sees this impact it's having on his colleagues. So he gave a wide-ranging, speech addressing so many issues and for speaking his mind and standing up for the people that elected him to do his job. He is at home doing nothing. And it is very sad that good police are on the sideline. They either get sent away to different police stations for doing their jobs, or they just get put on the sideline like Chairman James. And that's why the police, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, will never improve. It's not because they don't have qualified, honest people within their ranks. It's that when they speak up, there's retaliation coming toward them, and so that nobody wants to lose their job. Nobody wants to be sidelined and given half of their pay or part of their pay. And they have families to take care of. They have mortgages to take care of. So what do you think they're going to do? They're just going to go along to get along because they have to get that paycheck. So it's a situation of damned if they do and damned if they don't. Because when you look at the myriad of crime situations happening in Jamaica, from the highest level to the lowest level, but just look at the highest level, for example, all those drugs coming into the country, all those weapons coming into the country, and it's not that they don't know who is bringing it in, but nobody has been arrested for those things. Those are the things that they should be focused on and not punishing Corporal James for doing his job, because they're not doing their job. And like I said again, it is not because they do not have the qualified people there. It's just that they're not willing to put their lives on their jobs on the line and risk their families for standing up for truth and justice, because doing so is going to cost them dearly, and nobody wants to pay that price anymore.
Yes, Ratty.
Yeah, think they have a nice quote, Noel Thomas scripture. I remember I heard it. Well, I won't go into the details, but it's a nice scripture. It said, "The arms of flesh will fail thee, and you dare not trust your own." And that is what happened to Chairman Rowan James, because the Federation should have been behind him 100%, the members, and we don't see them coming out. We don't hear not even a peep from them. And this is a man who was fight. Look, him could have done like the other chairmen and chairwomen. I don't know if they are chairwomen, but he could have done like the other people and just sit there, buy them time, and just go along with the government program, right? And they get a promotion out there and move on. But no, him said, no, this is wrong. We have to fight for the people so that them get what is due to them, and him do it on behalf of everybody. And look what happened. The arms of flesh fail him, right?
And you have some police for Ratty. When them get up and say, we're coward, we don't want them chewing and us scrappy if we talk. The whole of that a foolishness.
Yeah, good. Time. Hold on alone. Let me show you something there. Dawn James asked a good question in the chat. She was asking whether or not this would come under the DPP's jurisdiction. Dawn, no. The DPP is primarily concerned with criminal matters. The Attorney General is the one who represents the government, and because Chairman Rowan James is suing the government, the Attorney General is representing the respondent. And in fact, I think the Attorney General is also named in the lawsuit because, by virtue of his position. So just keep that in mind. If it's a criminal matter, it's going to be the DPP in general. And if it's a civil matter, it's going to be the Attorney General. Hope that answers your question.
Okay. All right, people. We are going to come back to Rowan James now, but Dr. Rupert Francis reach Pandekana now. So we're going to turn up the little more now because them are not car for us, All right, so let me show this first. Let me show this. People remember say, May the 10th. We remember when I have to come out. We not joke with them, you know. Yeah, we not joke with them. This is May the 10th, right? Yeah, Jamaica Consulate. That's
Yes,
open at the
indeed.
Bronx, right?
May
Right,
10th. No, it's at corner East 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue in Manhattan.
In a Manhattan. Okay.
Yeah,
up in a
one
Manhattan,
block from
right?
the United Nations.
Okay, up in a Manhattan. All
Yes.
right. So no say when I come get them to come over now about this ratty.
Yes. Friday, May 10th, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. we will be gathered in front of the Jamaican Consulate. It's located at 300 East 42nd Street, but the entrance is on 2nd Avenue. But you can't miss it because once you get to the location, you'll see the crowd. And the police, they're anticipating a huge crowd, so much so that they said they're not going to let us use the sidewalk. They're going to close off one lane of traffic so we can protest inside that one lane of traffic. You saw we're protesting all of the problems, crime, corruption, education, health, so on and so forth. We expect a large turnout, and we demand a large turnout because our voices must be heard. Because unless, the good thing about it is that we're in the media capital of the world, because right across the street, we're going to be in the middle of the street, and on one side of the street you'll have the Jamaican Consulate, and on the other side is WPIX Channel 11, a major network. So, and then we're going to be putting out the press release this week or next week. We're going to be sending out the press release to all of the major networks in New York: ABC, NBC, CBS, Fox, CNN. Everybody will be getting it. Even the local channels, they'll be getting it. Some of them have received it already. We have the press release ready to go. We just have to tidy it up just a little bit more, and then we send that out. So we're expecting everybody to come out and voice their displeasure with what's going on. And this is going to be historic. It's going to be momentous. It's going to be epic, because this has never happened in the history of Jamaica. Never in the history of Jamaica you have a group of Jamaicans, a diaspora, the diasporans. In fact, I'll tell you what, we have people coming from the UK to join us. We have people coming from Canada to join us. We have people coming from Jamaica to join us. We have people coming from Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Maryland, DC, Delaware, Jersey, Connecticut, Jersey, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and we also have some people coming in from the Midwest. And I'm being told that we have people, 1 and 2 people flying in from California. So we're gonna have a representation right across the globe, right? It's just today I talked to a virgin of mine from England. He said, I am flying in on the 9th to come join on the 10th, and then I'm flying back to the UK. So it's serious business.
So all right, so I'm gonna play this now, and then we're gonna go into this kind of attack, So I'm gonna play this where the foreign minister said, Dr. Francis Moya listen keenly, Maria, Ratty, wanna listen this.
Foreign Ministry claims deception with parallel diaspora conference.
The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, FAFT, has cited what it is claiming to be unauthorized use of the ministry's 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference logo and images in the promotion of what has been referred to as a parallel diaspora conference. The ministry, in a statement on Friday evening, said the parallel event is being staged by a small group of individuals within the diaspora. The ministry expressed concern about what it said is the deployment of promotional material that bears a striking resemblance to the ministry's official communication for its conference, which is scheduled for June 16 to 19, 2024. The ministry said this parallel action is clearly intended to sow confusion and mislead members of the diaspora. In elaborating, let
me just stop it a little bit. So, a mislead and so resemble. We have Dr. Rupert Francis here and everything, we're gonna straighten this. Yeah, and confuse and small member. Okay, Let me continue.
Said the purported parallel diaspora conference, scheduled for the same period, June 16th to 19th, 2024, under the aegis of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, JCIPF, is not in any way associated with the ministry and has been organized without any consultation or endorsement from the ministry, nor the legacy partners or sponsors long associated with diaspora engagement. The ministry urged an immediate cessation of use of any material resembling the official promotional content of the MFAFT, especially those related to the 10th Biennial Jamaica Diaspora Conference. Such actions are misleading and undermine the government's engagement with the diaspora, constituting passing off, it said, adding that further use may prompt legal action from the ministry.
You hear that? So when I get lawsuit, Dr. Francis, I start trembling yet? Marian and Herb T so forward. Ratty, when I start trembling yet, I'll try to get to, hold on.
But hold on, the way. How can they lawsuit people who have no standing?
What how do you do it, man? You are finished. You are ready for going, You finish play it.
And claimed that, on its formation, the JCIPF was supported by the MFAF through its embassy and consulates in the United States.
Wow.
However, upon the 2019 decision of its then convener, Captain Rupert Francis, to change the agreed mandate of the organization from a task force to a crime prevention consultancy group, this organization, reportedly, lost most of its membership and credibility. The ministry also claimed that from then, the JCIPF no longer performed its agreed functions and, therefore, ceased to be associated with the MFAFT. It said the ministry, therefore, wishes to advise the public that the JCIPF does not act for or on behalf of or in support of or in any association with the government of Jamaica, nor are any of the events being promoted by the JCIPF in any way affiliated with or endorsed by the government of Jamaica. The release added that the ministry is also advised that neither the parallel conference event nor protest action that the ministry claimed is being organized by the JCIPF is being done in association with or with the support of the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. The ministry said it is aware of personal grievances openly expressed by elements among the organizers of the parallel event towards the government of Jamaica, citing purported plans to protest against crime and corruption in Jamaica, which it said is within the context of the best scores issued by Transparency International having been received by the current government, and a notable 14% reduction in major crimes in the past year, coupled with a further 13% decline recorded in the first quarter of 2024, signaling a continued positive trend in public safety. The ministry called for a concerted effort among Jamaicans in the diaspora to help curb the flow of illegal weapons, particularly from the U.S. to Jamaica.
All right, Ratty, I'll turn it over to you and then turn it over to Dr. Francis, and then but before I turn it over to you, let me tell you something coming here. A chameleon, I want to call it, that you have to come in with a vice there. I want you people down there help we up here with the jugs we are come up here to mash up the people them up here, yeah? And the court port and everything. And then, Ratty, so we need to contact the ministry to do what we are doing. I never know say Jamaica will live. And we have to contact them because at the government run up here. I never know that. Take it over, Ratty.
I don't know where to start because it's a bunch of nonsense. But here's where I should start. I should start by yielding the floor to the illustrious, the fearless Dr. Rupert Francis, because they specifically mention him in their press release. And so it's only fitting that he should go first. And the fact that he's in charge of the Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. But he will tell you that he's not the leader. He will tell you that we have a core group of people responsible for organizing and strategizing to deal with the Jamaican government and the way it's been treating our people. Just because we live here doesn't mean we should forget about our people in Jamaica, right? And like I said, it's only fitting that he should go first. So I yield to Dr. Rupert Francis.
Yield to Dr. Rupert Francis. Take it away.
Good evening, Wayne. Thank you for inviting me to your program. Good to see you, Marie. It's great to see you. Okay.
Great to see you, Dr. Francis.
Last time I saw you have tired, and no, you don't. I'm not tired. I love the hairstyle. Maybe you should lend Heratic on the hairstyle because he just needs some more hair. Ladies and gentlemen, we them say we must we must be careful what we say and I think the government has not seen and looked through this and I want to ask everybody listening and others outside here to first of all send a note to Wayne Loans and send a note to Ratty and Mary and say to us that listen, we are with you, we support you, because they think we're alone. First of all, they thought we were dirty 30. Well, I guess we have cleaned up now and we are more than 30. But I don't know. It's almost laughable the type of time and money they spend to send out a press release, which is not a press release. It's an attack on the people of the diaspora. It is saying we do not value as we value anything else. And that's the main project of this. And it was to attack me in particular. And I found that rather disconcerting because I never attacked them. I attacked what they were doing, and I attacked what they were not doing in the interest of the Jamaican people. And what we are doing, I wouldn't say me, as I said, Ratty quite clearly said, I'm not alone. I'm not a lone ranger. I mean, I don't like to be a lone ranger. I like to work with people who have the same interest and the love of country that I have. So they sought to do it. What they first said that, which is interesting, is that they had acknowledged the crime task force in the beginning. But I sought their acknowledgement, but it was Minister Montague, when he came on the platform, if you remember, and asked for the diaspora to help us, anywhere to help us, to curb the crime in Jamaica. And based on that, we approached the Ambassador Marks and we got everything authenticated more than most task forces. And this is what occurred. And we went there to Jamaica under their auspices. And we visited the Ministry of National Security. And we were paraded and we got everybody, the police commissioner, the army, everybody who was important to be at our meeting. And we even brought a stranger with our ranks who offered to assist with the youth of Jamaica and their mental health problems, etc. Have they forgotten? But what is interesting is that we spent our own money on all occasions. We did all that. And we also did some sessions with the police. We went back and other groups of us went back and we made various offers. Have they forgotten that? Right? And we have it in writing. They forget. We offered them alliances with the universities in the broader diaspora. We offered them assistance in almost for free, and they went and bought it elsewhere. I don't know why they went and bought it elsewhere, except that somebody may be getting a little backlash from the money, a little 10%. And so they did what they did. I am not calling any names. I don't call names. They did. They called my name. They said that this organization, the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention Passport, no longer exists. They are absolutely wrong. First of all, I would invite the government to go on Facebook and look at the amount of people that are joining without me and no interaction. Since last week, we will have over 1,000 people in there who have pledged themselves to the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention. So which other organization overseas has that type of thing? And nobody is, speaking to them, cajoling them. And there are pictures of 7 to 8 years of our action in England, Canada, and Jamaica, and the United States. And we still have action there. So who is fooling whom? You call and say that we tried to turn it into a consultancy. When you change it into a consultancy, obviously people cannot even spell the name. And you have lied. Whoever wrote this lied through their teeth. And it's because they have lied and called and called my name in particular. This is the wrong thing you did. You trouble this man. I mean, you trouble this man. It's going to be a bam bam. We ain't afraid. We're not missing. We know exactly what you're up to. And it is sad because you people are supposed to be the diplomatic lions. And are you making a diplomatic cat show you how to be a lion? Come on, give me a break. Okay? What do you want to think? We're going to go, Lord of mercy, they now calling him, I'm going to run and hide. No, I did not run and hide when I was with you for 30 years working with you. I didn't ask any. Oh, I just remember. You said I am aggrieved because of what I did not get. What are you talking about? A job? I had one. You offered me a seat. I didn't even take it because I had a job. Do you forget, Dr. Chan? I will call your name. Okay? And what are you going to tell me? Did you offer me a job? I never asked you for a job. I've never taken any money for a job. None of you have ever paid me for anything that I've done for free. And I still do it. And we still have missions in Jamaica that you don't know about. I think you should go and ask your colleagues the type of things that we're doing in each constituency we're in Jamaica. And stop throwing, these innuendos out there to derail the Jamaican people, to say this must be a madman. The next thing, if it was 1940 or 1930, you'd throw me in Bellevue, as you have done with Howell and all the other people that came up and said anything about the government at that time. So what, in fact, when we left, the British left Jamaica and went to Britain, they left more British people in Jamaica to run the Jamaica and to keep them in check. Well, I'm not one of those. You went to Pinnacle and you went for Howell, right? You went all over and you arrested who? What you wanted to try? Okay, I have no standing, so you can't arrest me. You have no standing in America either. And we showed that to you recently, and this was not a game. All I asked you in the second letter that we asked with the email, and the public should know, we sent them a second letter, apart from the viral letter. And, when I was a youngster, I used to say the pen was mightier than the sword. Or they used to say that I used to laugh until we sent out that letter. And that letter has shaken them to the roots. And the second letter, however, had an olive branch. Do you want me to read it to the public? Do you want me to tell them it had an olive branch? Let's talk. No, they have decided we are going to attack. Well, let me tell you, even in the Art of War on the zoo, they talked about psychology and diplomacy. And remember, I studied the art of war. And I'm not asking to war with you because you can't war with me. You don't have the ability to do it because you're not trained to do it. Okay? And you obviously don't understand what leadership means. You lead by an example and by what you say, and not only what you say, what you do as a result of saying it. And I'm addressing you now based upon that scurrilous document you sent out as a press release. It is scurrilous. And you are attacking me and saying I was changing this organization that we, not me alone, I named the names in an appropriate place just for you to get it. And I'm sure you have gotten it. To say who was there and who is still there. So ladies and gentlemen, let us get it clear. You have started a fire with a match, but unfortunately it's got out of control. Not because of the match, but because of you. Because you were the one who initiated it. So I say to you, whoever you are in the ministry, whoever wrote the scurrilous document, you will not have and me apologizing to you, and I will not take your apology. I will take it elsewhere to check the validity of your arguments. The validity of your arguments. You did not give me the representation. You have disrespected me on camera, what we have. I have no grievance against the Jamaican government. I served with them for 30 years. I have no grievance with them. They have an agreement with me because I'm no little chicken or a little cat. I'm a lion, right? I behave like one. I'm a man from Africa. I have African roots, but I love everybody because we're out of many one people. So when people, you should see my phone calls, the people that are supporting me before you start talking. Let's go back to the issue of the we went ahead You have a Jamaican Diaspora Council, it must be a Global Diaspora Council, which is supposed to represent us. And remember, I served in it for almost, or in and out of it for about 7 years. Make a note. And for those who don't agree with me, okay. And you sent me accolades during those times when I assisted you. We helped you to write the Jamaica Diaspora Policy. That's the person you're talking to. Not because I did not advertise on Facebook, on all of these. I didn't advertise because it was not necessary. I was doing something for my country, and I continued to do it without your support. We begged you to do things. If you had listened to us, you are talking about what they believe your index you're talking about. The fact of the matter is that we're number 2 in the world in murder. Hello, it's not number 1, and it could almost be number 1. Okay, and now you're saying that it has gone down by 14%. You should be listen to it. It should be 40%. You did not listen. I sent out a message the other day saying, if you just take pillion riders off of the situation in Jamaica, pillion riders alone, you'd reduce murders by at least 20 to 30%. Because most of I can't see it, Wayne, you can tell me. Okay?
You see it now?
53 years out of 100,000. Yes, I know.
And then US, this is US.
Yes,
5 point something, so them go way down on the rest of the world. And 50, this is the number 1.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, you see it? I assume
number one now in the world. Number 1. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Number 1 in the world. You should be ashamed. We're not only number 1 in the world in murder, we're number 1 in the world in corruption. Yes. Don't tell me nothing. You're number 1 in the world with potholes. You're number 1 in the world with no water. In a country that is full of a land full of water. Right around the country, we have seawater. Why couldn't somebody do something about that? We're number 1 in the world in the fact that people can't feed themselves. We have some of the lowest. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, please. The man them set me on fire this evening. You set me on fire.
I can tell you who set you on fire, you know. Them just choose the thing they are talking about is Camilla Johnson Smith argument that. Well, that's her.
Let me tell you something. As I said before, Wayne, let me tell you, I have, hold on, I understand. But let me say that I have a policy and I change that policy. And call her. She must know who she is. You understand? Everybody know who is the minister of, what you call it, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. Everybody knows that. And I am saying you're a leader. I said it before, you must lead. I have never attacked you. I never will. I attack what you have done or not done or omitted to do. Okay? But we sat and you have my telephone number. Nobody said to me, hey, you know, what's going on? Let's have a talk. Except a few good people, which I won't call their names. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Let's get back to the deal here. The deal is, what they wrote to? Absolutely not. Let them tell me it is true. We did not form the consultancy. We didn't form consultancy, you know. That means you're asking people to come in and pay your money for consultancy. What happened was, there are some people who had to be removed from the crime task force. And they were removed by me because they were utterly outpacing and saying things that were scurrilous, and I don't deal with that. And they were warned. Right? Now they want to join the Jamaica Labour Party, so they're trying to get favors. Right? Get favors for what? Trust me, it will be short-lived. Let me make it quite clear. I have no beef with anybody. No beef with the Jamaican people. The Jamaican, everywhere that I represent, and I was represented in the 3 constituencies during my lifetime. And I can still go there to people who love me and on both sides of the fence. I can pick up the line and call people. Well, maybe I can't call one side now, but I certainly call the other. Or the others want them, you know, I can still call them to, you know, the little fractions. But the fact of the matter, ladies and gentlemen, it does not matter to me whether or not you're P or J. It matters to me that Jamaica, under God, is moving the welfare of our people ahead, forward, and together. That's all I'm interested in. So I have joined with some good people. We learned some right here, all of you guys here, and I have no regrets. in terms of doing that because they are doing God's work. We cannot sit idly by and watch what is happening in Jamaica go as it is and not say anything about it, because we will in the end be culpable. My final point on that for the time being. I grew up in a society where we were very poor. And I think that, I got an opportunity by my village and what have you to expand myself, expand my horizons, and people are good to me, and that's where I am today. Every child in Jamaica, every worker, every police, every soldier, every that works in Jamaica and what have you deserve, and especially the poor people deserve a better future. I saw a young lady who came online the other day, and is from the inner city, and she's going to be a lawyer, and she didn't have the money to pay her exam fees. That should not have happened. People should have helped her rather than her coming to ask us in the diaspora. I will say this: please respect the diaspora. We are your brothers and sisters. Our navel string is in Jamaica still. We love it, Jamaica, and we'll never stop loving Jamaica. But please, as I said before, do not wake a sleeping giant. Do not, because you never know what is going to happen. I thank you very much. I thank God for the ability. I ask him and to guide our nation forward. Our nation forward, and those persons who have forgotten who they are, who have become so arrogant. When I was growing up, I asked for not money, I asked for wisdom and understanding. And I thank God for the power of discernment. And so I end my little diatribe here this evening on that note. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope that your people out there will go and put some money in the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund, because they're going to need it. Because we are coming up with that, my one, and many others. And let me make it quite clear. Also, make sure you indicate to this town hall and to others that you are a part of it, you support it, so that they know that we are not alone. They believe that we are just a dirty 30. No, we are dirty 30 plus. Remember, it's like the loaves and the fishes, man. It feeds 5,000. We are feeding 5 million with the dirty 30. Thank you very much.
Yes. Ratty, your time for blast, because
well, and I must bring
some shout out Francis, but you too. Your time for blast.
Yeah. Annette, I must drink some water, and yeah, I just did, Annette. Thank you. No, let me just pick this thing apart. What they did to Doc was despicable, unfair, unjust. And you can use a host of descriptive terms, and they're all negative. They tried to paint this man in a negative light simply because he has made the conscious and informed decision to represent Jamaica and not the Jamaica Labour Party. And that's terrible. Because when we were born, we were all born Jamaicans. We became something else after. And so this man has decided to fight for his people and his country, and now they've painted him in a negative light. They didn't paint him in a negative light before, all these years, until he started saying Jamaica first. And everything's after. No. Let me go on my diatribe now. The press release. Now, when a press release is put out by a government, it stands to reason that, especially if it comes from a ministry, it stands to reason that the head of that ministry approves of that press release, especially when a press release of this kind. And not only the minister, but also the junior minister, or the what they call minister of state. They would have had to approve this. No lackey, no clerk, no low-ranking person could have put this out, because this went out to the entire world. So this went out with approval. This was discussed, and this went out with approval. I remember my days working in an embassy, and when things went out from the embassy, the ambassador was approached, informed, and we sought his concurrence with it going on. If the ambassador said no, that was the end of that. So using that logic in terms of chain of command and the significance of a document, you have to take into consideration that the minister, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, that they approved it. So that's the first point, the approval levels, and so people know. No, these two people, I can say without any fear of contradiction, without any fear of being corrected, that they are both liars. The minister, she lied about a case that's on appeal. That's one. The junior minister, he lied about Jamaica's exports for the last 20 or whatever years exceeding imports. That's a lie, because Statin put up their stats to show that he's a liar. And he sold that, and he has never corrected himself. To date, he's never corrected himself to come out and say, look, I made a mistake, I meant this, and I said that. He hasn't said that. The minister, that issue that we have with her, it's going to be decided by the courts. We'll leave that where it is. But I maintain that she lied. And I have the evidence. The Minister of State, I maintain that he lied, and the evidence is all over the place, because he did interviews, print and media, where he said it. He said that Jamaica's exports for the last 20 or whatever, for a long period of time, exports exceed imports. And we know that there's a deficit of approximately 4 billion. So so take into consideration that if this press release was approved, who approved it? And something like this, I dare say, came from the highest levels. Now, let's look at the document itself. It said that we were trying to deceive people by using a logo. It's my understanding that that logo has been used by Dr. Francis and the crime intervention and prevention task force for quite some time. And the usage of it predates the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, which was formed in January of 2020. Am I correct, Dr. Francis, that the crime? Yes, okay,
that's correct.
And there was no objection to you using it?
None.
Until now, am I correct?
None whatsoever.
Okay. Now, the other thing is, we checked to see if this logo has been registered. This logo has not been registered. So government officials, if you're listening to me, and I'm sure some of you folks, they're listening, the logo that you're complaining and you're issuing cease and desist order, the logo is not registered, at least not in the United States. We checked. So I was saying that if something belongs to everybody, it belongs to nobody. Everybody I use it. Plus, we never complained when Dr. Francis was using it until now. But here is something I'm going to tell you. I hope you can run like Bolt, you know. Hope you can run fast, because guess what happened? We have checked with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office. That logo is not there. So guess what? We are giving a little time. We are going to do it between tonight and tomorrow. So I hope you can beat us to the punch. And if you don't beat us to the punch, it means that all the time we've been using it, we haven't been using it illegally, because we don't register it. So either way, we don't lose. But I don't think you're going to beat us to the punch, because we already have everything set up. We're going to, I hope you listen to me carefully, people. We are going to register that logo. And then that will be the end of the conversation. We don't have to ask out who have rights to.
But one more thing, Ratty, after you do that, me just ask you, please, we have to do a cease and desist from them.
Hold on.
All right, good. So let me just make it clear. Continue. Yes.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Tonight we'll talk of the things, you know.
Yeah, man. Coming up.
I'm gonna come back now with fire and brimstone and lightning and thunder.
Yeah,
right?
man.
No, the images that them claims, oh, you're using images that are similar to ours. I want them show me where they register their images, and even putting aside the registration piece, I want them look and tell me how is it that our image is similar to their image. The images are not similar. In fact, I will make the argument that they're dissimilar. The images are dissimilar, and I'm talking about the image advertising the People's Conference. And if you notice what I said, the People's Conference. All right. So the image that you're talking about, that's nonsense. We're not afraid that people have put down things on paper and talk about legal action. That no frighten we, because we know the Jamaican government does not want to go to court. I'll repeat. We know that the Jamaican government does not want to go on court on this because it's going to open up Pandora's box about the illegal entity they've been operating in these United States and across the globe. We know. So when they come on and say, well, there's a parallel event, that is not. And by the way, like I said before, we have a group of people working, and that is not our categorization, our description of the People's Conference. As far as we're concerned, there's only one People's Conference being held June 16th through the 19th, and that conference will be held from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. at night, every night. Yeah.
Okay. One.
Somebody's having some other conference in the daytime.
We don't recognize that. I'm not getting a promotion.
That is not the People's Conference.
No.
No, here is the biggie. They've been running around all over the globe talking about that they have something called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. We have been telling them for years that they should. We've been asking them, what is this? Is this an organization because you need to register? They said, no, it is a movement.
Oh.
That's what they said. It's a movement. We asked them time and time again, register the movement. They said, no, it is a movement. And that's it. They tell we go to the bush. That's what they basically tell us. Well, that movement is now being harnessed under an organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. I hope you hear me now, people. The movement that the government and its agents, not even representative, and its agents have been calling the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, that movement is now being harnessed, meaning it come under an organization called the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Why do I say organization? Because we have registered that company. We have registered that non-profit organization in these United States. We registered it last week. So, nobody can use the name unless they get express permission from us. Us meaning the people in the diaspora. Right? So, the representative in the Northeast, the representative in the Southeast, the representative in the West and the Southwest, they now can come and work for us. The people in the diaspora. That's the olive branch. Because, as you said, we are going to provide them with a cease and desist letter shortly.
Good.
And the letter will say, you dare not use the term Global Jamaica Diaspora Council at all, except if you are provided express authority to use that. And at this point, we're not giving the authority. We're not giving any authority at this point. And if they do not comply with the cease and desist, then we will see them in court. So we not threaten court, we are going to go to court. So we are going to say who better than who. We're going. We're ready. We are ready So as far as you hear this thing, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, it not exists no more except the organization run by the people in the diaspora. Here is something else. And I have a list of things here. If you're looking right now for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, the group that is supposed to represent the diaspora, where will you find it online? Remember, it's representing us. Where will you find it online? You will find it housed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade website.
So, Ratty, where is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade? Where
Jamaica.
is the address of the ministry? Where in
Port Royal Street.
Where?
Port Royal Street.
So none of the diaspora, brother. We're not supposed to argue with them.
No. And no, it's in Jamaica, right?
Jamaica.
That's where, that's where they are. And also, we would like them to know that we have registered the domain name. So we going to have our website. We're not going to have no website where we are hanging on people coattails and we have PH on people website. We're going to have our own website. We have purchased the domain names already. So we have registered the organization and we have purchased the domain names. And pretty soon, and by the way, I am pleased to report that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council was registered last night in the UK. So them have no talking in the UK. No, we're waiting on Canada for the registration.
Yeah, man. So that gone to, so them know so that gone to. So them run here, by the end of the week, that gone to.
Okay.
So it
So we
makes
know,
sense.
and next this week we plan to register it in Connecticut, New York, DC, and Georgia. So effectively, they're out of business, and we've filed the name already with the IRS.
And that now it covered all the US.
It covered the whole country.
Covered the whole globe. So
Yes,
you know, although we do some branches, but when we do already, it covered the globe. You know, it's like a record label. You register it like in there, so you said that and that it covered the globe. So and listen, when you cease and desist without the letter, let me tell you from now. We don't know when a joke around here. Cease and desist. And when you talk about grievances, I could know. Ratty because the little case and them thing they were not going with. I could not Dr. Francis will not drop red pan either. You understand? What kind of grievances them attack on Ratty?
Well,
because for me to come from the minister and when she said grievances, the draw back as a grievances. Eh?
No. Here's the thing. I guess they've forgotten that we have a democratic right to protest. They have forgotten that because it seems as if they want to cow we down and tell us we must stop, we must do what we are doing, right? And that is a fundamental right, the right to protest. And them can't stop it. They might be able to stop us in Jamaica, but them can't stop it outside of Jamaica. And if you have nothing to worry about, when them have sent out press release, you have nothing to worry about. You just go ahead and do your thing, right? But if you worry about us, if you start put out press conferences about us, it tells us that we're getting under your skin. We're getting under your head. We occupy space in your head. And we occupy your time. Because you have to sit down there and have having a conference and plan how not going to deal. But I want to see how not going to deal on the registration issue. I want to see how not going to deal with that. Because we have a conference when they call it the Global Jamaica Diaspora. We have a problem with that if we use a name there now.
No, it's illegal, you know.
Yeah, we're going to have a problem with that.
Ratty, it's illegal. What am I doing, you know?
Yeah. Then hear them come back and say another thing that we never consult and it was endorsed by whom? They said by the ministry. We never know say that go on. We think it was a diaspora. Them say this thing it wasn't endorsed. What I'm saying? We never consulted and it's not endorsed by the ministry. The ministry.
Jamaica.
Yes.
We need over here, so we consult them. The ministry.
Yes.
The Chinese them I listen to. We consult
and here
them.
Is why.
Eh?
And here is why. And here is why. Here's why she said that. And then when they had the launch, she said, let me tell you her exact words. Now I know we're not king teeth. Hold on there. She said, we And this is a direct quote. Minister Kamina Johnson said this at the launch. She said, we, meaning we, the ministry, plan this conference with you in mind. Plan this conference with you in mind. How about the diaspora planning its own conference? No, here's why she said that. Here's why she said that. Because, and people Google Global Jamaica Diaspora Council terms of reference. Just Google that. Because everything I'm going to say, you'll find it there. It says that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is led and directed by 4 people. 4 people. The organization, the membership is 30 globally, but the mothership, the brains of it, the people who are leading and directing it, only 4 people. Who are those?
Where them at, Ratty? In here or over in Jamaica?
Globally.
Global, 4 of them. That's 4.
4 people control the organization or the movement.
The movement.
So-called
Yes.
movement. 4 people control it. Here are the 4 people. I don't even have to name the 3. I'll just tell you that one of them is a diaspora representative. It's a person who lives in the diaspora. Her name is Shauna Chin. She lives in California. The other 3 people are Jamaican government officials. They're assigned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade.
Mm-hmm.
The organization is chaired by whom?
Ministry.
The Minister of State in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade, Mr. Terry Long, Minister Terry Long. Mm-hmm. He's the person who chairs that organization. They also, the 30-member group, the government of Jamaica appoints more than half. Listen to me now. The government of Jamaica appoints more than half. And the minister who chairs the organization, he has the right to get rid of the people that they have appointed. So they appoint people to represent us. And they can get rid of those people. We can't get rid of them. They get rid of them. So tell me, how is that our organization? So she has a right to say, we plan this conference. Oh, and by the way, the website, the council doesn't have its own website. They have to piggyback off our page. Don't on a page on the ministry's website. No, they said in the thing that we should talk about people, stop the flood of weapons coming to Jamaica. Mm. What they also did, they appoint people, sector-based members, they call them. And these are people who will represent the diaspora before the government, right? And they have somebody for arts, sports, and culture. They have somebody for commerce. They have somebody for education. They have somebody for health and wellness, environment, agriculture, faith-based community. And there is one person there that is designated to run the sector entitled Citizen Security. So when them start talk about the diaspora is supposed to stop the flow of God, I him them to go talk to. He's the person in charge of citizen security. His name is Mr. Kevin Jr. out of your place, Canada.
Can you imagine him go to some man what to do upon a serious note? It's them not no sense. He man no police, he man no nothing. Can you imagine him yes some man with gun and gun at them do I say hey stop sending gun? Eh?
Well,
he might be of himself.
No,
might
but
come over in the state and come tell them, oh, I don't want to send no gun to Jamaica. But here's
the thing, when me want to find out from them is, please give us the report that he has provided to you saying what his plan is to stop the illegal flow of weapons to Jamaica. Please tell me what his plan is with the shippers. Who has he deputized to go and inspect paperwork to make sure that he can identify the people sending the barrels and the shipments? Tell me what is his plan to scan the barrels and the shipment?
No move so fast, brother. So what are they? So him, a man full of so much power, so I cross the border, go to Miami because them like send gun from down there, so. and then go in the people them thing and say no barrel can go. And go,
You know,
I lock him up, you know.
I just want to say this. Listen to me. You know who Kevin Duna is? A member of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force. And he's a correctional officer. Great guy. Correctional officer in the, he has nothing to do with crime. He's a soldier, and he was a soldier, and he was in corrections. That's his portfolio. Great guy. He's been on TV with me, and he's also been. I spoke to him the other day. He didn't tell me he was going to be there, but the fact of the matter is that's who he is. So he is, in fact, a good guy. But what they have done is they are trying to pick a few people from wherever they can find them, who they think that can represent them. But unfortunately, that's not his portfolio. I think he is the best person to do that. He's a great guy. Don't get me wrong. Very knowledgeable. But I'm just saying to you, once again, Foreign Minister, or whoever you pick, they do a bad job. Bad job. Because that's not his portfolio. He can tell you about corrections. And when he told you about corrections, you never did anything anyway. And look at the state of corrections in Jamaica.
So that's the person that they have selected for us to represent the citizen security. So he's the one, when they talk about guns coming in by whatever, he's the guy they're supposed to go to and talk to. And him supposed to come up with a plan. And we haven't seen anything so far, right? So the why haven't they registered? Why didn't they register? Very simple question. Why didn't they register? You know why them never register? Because you have government officials on it, and it's going to cause a problem in the United States to register. Right? Them can't get away and say, oh, it's not. Them take away themselves and say, oh no, it's the diaspora handling it. But when you look at the managing and the control and the influence, it's them. Even though they put that work, they put in the document saying that the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council is not an arm of the government. Yet
control it.
Where do you find them? You find them on the ministry's website, on the government website.
And by the way, Ratty, them demonstrate to us, so them come with heavy and static. So them run it from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. So that, listen, that would be a big problem, with Uncle Sam, and in Canada, anyway, in Europe, because if the diaspora want to register your thing, that's different. But that's why them use the thing and say a movement. A matter of fact, them not even supposed to raise the money. Them have to be careful.
Right. And them raise money, and there's no accounting for the money.
So we have to check on that too. When them want to turn up the heat, Ratty, them are raise.
No, here's what happened. No, here's what happened now with the conference. As I said before, there's one Global Jamaica Diaspora Council conference, and that is a conference because we have the name. We have the name. Legal. We're legal. We have the name. And that conference is going to be held from 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. from June 16th through June 19th. Now, they had a launch the other day. And here is what, and I have the notes. Here's what that launch was about. It was about big business, selling, peddling services, products, and offering investments. Very little attention or no attention paid to issues like poverty, housing, health, education, infrastructure, crime, water. Very little to no attention. What you heard was, we're going to sell you a Aki. That's what you hear. When you come down here, you must rent our cars. You must buy our big products. That's what you heard. You're nothing about the people's plight in Jamaica. Nothing about the diaspora saying we're coming to help. We're coming to relieve some of the pressure off of these people. Not like that. It was the legacy partners. It was, you know what it was? It was infomercial. It was an infomercial concerning a business exposition. It was all business. It wasn't about helping the people of Jamaica. Now, folks, tune in to the People's Conference, June 16th through 19th from 7 to 10 p.m. because you will hear about all of the issues we talked about. And you will also hear about the issues they talk about in the morning. So you can just forget about for them one because you're going to get 2 conferences for the price of 1. We will be looking at what they said and we will be providing our own conference. And our conference is solutions oriented. It's about how can we make life better for the ordinary Jamaican. That's what our conference is.
So, Herb T.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Yes, sir.
My world famous panel.
Greetings, my friend, Sir Herb.
Greetings, Miss Daisy. How you doing? Hey, I am so far down here. It's dark outside. I've got I think a community center around me, and my daughter's place to my right, and I think some football complex in front of me. Yeah, but just had to bring them home because I know she had to work late and she couldn't get back up by me. So if I'd waited till after the program, then that's like coming down your midnight. So sorry I wasn't able to join you guys earlier. Yeah.
Herb T, no worries. Let me just finish up 2 quick points at Herb T.
Okay.
Another point is that the voting for the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, who you think managed that voting scheme? Who you think?
Them same way, right?
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. It's not done by the diaspora. It's done by the government is involved in that scheme. And I say scheme because there are some people who are protesting or people who have protested the voting. Not me. There are some people who have done it. Now, here's the thing now, and this point is very, very significant. There are some naysayers. And we expect that we're going to have naysayers. We expect that because we have some people who they don't want to upset the tradition, the convention of them being invited to the embassy for the cocktail parties and for the various events. As Jeffrey Tavares would call the Vumva Vumva V. They don't want that to be upset, and that's what we're doing. We're upsetting that, right? So they have come out now and they've said, some of them said, we have a problem with the logo. Well, folks, if you have a problem with the logo, go and check to see if the logo is registered before you start run up your mouth. Go look and see if it's registered. Because there's no such thing as adverse possession of a logo in America. Not because you've been using it for a certain amount of time means that other people can't use it. You know how you stop other people from using it? You register it. That's when you claim ownership. And they have not registered it. The same thing, and them come up and say, we have a problem with the conference times and the conference dates. Who the hell are you to tell us when we, the people, can have our conference? Who are you? Them people must have lost their mind. They must come tell we them have a problem.
Ratty, what on you chip me? So, them have a thing in the morning, but we should have conference 2 times a day, you know, but I two want listen to me, you know. Because they're not so out order that we should have conference from 10 till 1. And then from 7 till 10 again.
Right.
So when for them thing attack from 10 till 1, we should have conference from 10 till 1.
We should have the same time.
Listen them and dissect them. If whenever that we come with conference from 10 till 1 and the 2 out order.
Yeah, look,
yes.
Instead of, look how silly they are, and you can see how biased they are. Instead of saying, look, you know what, you have the right to do it. We'll tune in and hear what you have to say. Or you have the right to do it, but we're not gonna tune in. Instead, them say, we have a problem with them having it at the same time, the same date, but different time. We have a problem with them say we should have it at a different time, different date. And so if them have it June 16th, we supposed to have it, me don't know. Maybe December we should have ours or whatever. Let me tell you something for that idiot who's been saying it. Well, it's not one, several of them. And the reason why you have to call them idiots is simply because they have not read, they don't understand, they don't have the knowledge. Because if they did, they would understand that raising the issue of a logo is nonsensical, because all they have to do is just ask one question: to whom is this logo registered? That's a very simple question. And if the answer is it's registered to the government of Jamaica, then they say, okay, fine. You know what, Dr. Francis and company, you can't use it. But if the answer is nobody has registered that logo, then people, the naysayers, you need to keep your mouth shut. You need to keep your mouth shut and open up your mind. Keep your mouth shut and open up your mind. As my friend Tigo would have said, I don't want to say what he would have said. Don't do something where you something can't catch. All right, don't open up your mouth and make a statement where you can't catch. But that's it. And then the other one about conference times and conference dates, and it's nonsense. We have a right to do whatever we want to do. If you want to disagree, that's your problem. Because somehow, you know, una look friend and company, una look to be accepted. Well, we not look for no acceptance. We not do this because we want national awards, or because we want recognition from officials, or we want selfies, or we want invitation. We do this because we have people in Jamaica who are suffer. And when I say people, not a little bit, a lot. Like 70% who are go to bed tonight with no food in them belly, are empty calories, you know, are the more than what 50-60% see there, more than 50-60% swim around.
Swim around big sir.
The more than 50 or 60% who are earn minimum wage or a little bit above it. You know, I told a gentleman, a friend of mine came to the house today and we were talking. He's an American guy. He has a cousin who's Jamaican. And when I tell him, say, you know, the average salary, the minimum wage in Jamaica is $86 US a week. You know what he said to me? How do they survive on $86 a week? How? These are the things we need to talk about.
Gratty, you know, it has sound even worse when you broke it down and tell them, say, less than $20 per day, you know?
Less than $20 per day. Yeah, because $100 would be for the week.
$17 per day.
Yeah.
So when you tell him that, no, I'm going to say 5 days per week. If at $20 a day, you know, it's $100. If at $20, so less than $20 a day. So when you made that, no, I'm going to say, well, on the way, they say, less than $20 per day. How them survive? Bus here, you know, and food out of that too, you know. Everything have to come out of it, you know.
Look, let me just come off of these off now, because Herb T there, I want to hear from Herb T. Because Herb T have some reports, you know, about some crooked politician where I'm not going to call no name, but I just want him to talk about where I'm going. But we just want to leave this subject with the people with these, with a few points. One is the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. That name has been registered, and the name belongs to us. It's very simple. The logo that they're fighting and carrying about, nobody has rights to that logo. And we are going to register that logo tomorrow. So if they want to register the logo, them can't register it, but them have a company for register it on that. They have to call it something else. Them can't call it Global Jamaica Diaspora Council.
All right, so
another name.
Ratty, let me give the foreign minister something. Just take a chicken and register it. Just take a picture of chicken and register it. Just load the logo there. Use a chicken for the logo. A chicken head.
So just want to leave the people, man. So people, listen. In short order, you will hear more about this conversation, because we're supposed to wrap everything up by a week from now. And we'll come back. We can say, well, everything has been wrapped up. And now we will be talking about establishing offices, holding elections, and the issues that we want to raise with the Jamaican government. And then we'll go from there. But just anybody should come to you right now and tell you that they're the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council representatives. Run them way.
Yeah, man. FT.
Yes, sir. Look, one thing I'll say is this. You know, having done this, it's such a refreshing feeling for all of us that we finally have some say in our futures. And then for the UK to confirm that it's done. Right? We're waiting on Canada now. I don't know if any word come out of Canada yet.
No, that's soon done, man.
All right.
But that's
so
already, man. From this, like, let me tell you, the biggest thing what them worry about a US,
Yeah.
you know. And for you lock it, them that make sense, them man gonna away else, you know. Because
Yep.
really, same like music label, you lock it, it lock all over the place, you know, but we still do it everywhere else, but it lock.
Yep.
You just lock it and, you know, I just the one thing. So from it lock, there it lock. Yeah,
Yeah.
man, it lock. Yeah, man,
And
lock
we had
yes.
and we had that discussion yesterday
Yes.
that pretty much the you know the follow up to this is to ensure that we tell the folks where we're going. In other words, we can't do it and stop, right? We have to have our after action and then our forward action as to where we're going, because we need to know what they were up to. And remember what they said in their write up. What they're doing is secret, and they don't have to tell anybody. So we need to find out from the so-called leadership what is so secret about taking care of the diaspora, right? What was the secret plans y'all had? Because now they're supposed to report to us. I don't know if they understand all of this. And you know, you don't want to get in there and start a fight. And they said that they misunderstood what our intentions were. But having said that, Ratty mentioned we have some reports. We got 2 out of 3 so far. And the interesting conversation I had this morning was that, listen, do you guys in Jamaica have any idea how many transnational or major organized crime organizations you have now in Jamaica? And one guy was trying to convince me that we have a major organized crime unit. The headquarters is now in Jamaica. They shifted from Mexico to Jamaica. Now, I want to get more proof from him. But the bottom line is, why we asked Chang the question, if you remember the question we asked Dr. Chang, why all those high-rise buildings all of a sudden shooting up on the island? Did we ever get an answer?
Lot of
I
money
don't
watching.
Yeah.
Money
So
watching. Shit.
what this guy was saying to me started to make sense, because I could not figure out who came into an inheritance of maybe 100 billion US dollars that they probably could just start putting up high-rise buildings and mapping out a few areas in Jamaica. And some of the areas these high-rise buildings going up in, and now this big project they have, Pinnacle, that's about to start. That's a project that they canceled back, I think, in 2006. But now here, it's about to kick off. Where's the investment coming from? Have they told the people of Jamaica what are they up against? All right? You still have a problem on the coast with the folks who work in the hotel and tourist industry. The places where they live don't even have running water. Some people have to go into work and take a shower and put their uniforms on. And to get a decent. And so all the stuff that they say they're planning, there is no community development because it's all geared towards the tourism. And eventually they're going to ask people in certain districts to move out because they want to do development in that district. And this is why they don't develop those communities. So when you're looking at this sudden and very rich areas coming up out of the blue. People are washing all kind of money, and some of it is greasing their palms to allow these things to happen. This is what the guy was drawing my attention to this morning. And he says, people are looking the other way. We need a lot more investigation than we're doing. We can't cover enough people because there's a bunch of people involved in it. And if we can only do 2 or 3 at a time, we're moving too slow. We can't get ahead of it. So we need to be able to get ahead of it. We need people who know folks that have some money that's just sitting down to offer it to our global effort with the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And now that we take over this global diaspora movement, we need them to offer us more cash, so we have money at our disposal to execute some of the planning that was in the works and to come up with new and innovative ways of serving the diaspora, getting the vote into the diaspora, right? And getting people squared away so that they can help community development in their respective home communities at home. I mean, that's the purpose. The diaspora send 3.5 billion home, but it's like a drop in the bucket, and the bucket have a hole in the bottom. So when you drop it in the bucket, most of the money going out. You know, it's not enough to take care of the communities. Communities are suffering. People are suffering. And then when they want to have the conference, they don't want to address none of this. Not a single word is being said about poverty. Not a single word being said about the poor health care. The hospital staffing, the hospitals breaking down. The problem is they're going to rebuild certain hospitals. I mean, the hospital, Kingston is not Jamaica. What about the hospitals in the country parishes? Is that them people don't exist? Right? The education system that's been so bad and the loss of teachers. They don't want to address none of that. But the people in the audience, I know they understand what we're up against, but we're going to have to push back. And part of pushing back is taking charge of the ship. And the ship means we're now in charge. We have to begin to steer it. Now, we're not going to insult them, shut them down, or tell them must get out. But they have to realize, look, there's a bigger problem, bigger issues, and you have to begin to address that. What are you prepared to do in concert with the diaspora to address all of these issues that I spoke about? You know? Stop lying is the first thing I tell them. You stop lying about the Jamaica's GDP. Stop lying about the debt. Stop lying about how much money we're bringing in versus how much we're spending. Because all them things, you just look at the World Bank report and you can't see it. You look at all the other issues that Dr. John addressed, and they all are important to the survival of the people down there. So they just need to stop lying and get with the program, you know? And I don't know if or when they're going to have a sit down with us, but that's what's needed. That's exactly what's needed. We have enough expertise in the diaspora to come up with planning and development that will help them see the way forward. But they don't, they're so arrogant, they don't think we're up to their standard. And that's where they're mistaken. We have too many educated, too many determined, and too many people willing to sacrifice in the diaspora to fail. And that's what they have to understand. And, that's it. We got to get something going.
Aye. All right, so Maria, we're not hear from you for your time now, but Maria, sister got out now about Gatti.
Yeah.
Through the logo, them can't use the logo again, but I tell them cease and desist. Which one of them I look good for them use? Look, I don't know. Any one of them just add the wing. Which one of them? Them can't use one. We can't tell them no, them can't use one. They just say a bird, I want to look good.
The national bird, that they know.
So them could use one, but because they think go on, I tell them cease and desist. We're not gonna tell them with that. So to the foreign ministry, please, when they can't use one of this, nobody know. I don't think nobody have the domain name or them have the image. I don't think so. So when they use one of the image now, just use that one here. Nobody now got offer the image. Be sure they now come off for the image. Right now, want that image there. And another way. So use one of them image there. Deal with nothing, right? We are sorry. Not carrying Maria, but we are sorry.
No, the logo thing, it's a non-starter, and the name of the organization is a non-starter. They're having. I'm sure when they watch your program, and if they watch my program last night, they're having sleepless nights. By the way, Herb, there's a clip of the program last night that's making the rounds in the Vumva circle, where you started talking about people traveling and picking up money and St. Lucia and all kinds of connections, and also the stuff that that Mystic Sensation did on the Prime Minister. And them say, you guys are doing the work of investigative journalists. You guys are doing the work that the Gleaner, the traditional newspaper, that they should be doing and they're not doing. And them say, well, thank you for it. And I said, you know what? It's going to be interesting to see if, for example, they come out and say they're going to sue all of us for defamation, because one of the things they have to do, they're going to now have to open up their books. And I mean, we have travel records, we have witnesses, we have a whole bunch of things. And I don't think they would want that to be exposed. So I think for right now, I think I'm going to keep them. I think I'm going to just hope that these things will just die, the 9-day death, but it's not going to die, the 9-day death. So the clip I just saw it. I'll send it to you. They're worried. People are very, very worried.
That's good. It's good that it's going around, because you know what? Every time we discussed it in the past, it was a flash, like you said, flash over 9 days and it is done. Flash in the first 2 or 3 days. Flash the same day, and then they forget about it after that. But now that the video is going around, now that they can replay it in their heads, they have to be wondering what's coming next. We hope we don't disappoint them.
No, because we want to get the reports that we have some more reports that we have to get, and then we'll go from there. So I know they're having sleepless nights right now because they're wondering whose names are on those reports, and they're also worried about some other things. The one thing they don't have to worry about is the name of the organization, because that's gone, so they don't have to worry about it. And it's very simple. They didn't see it fit to register it because they know why they couldn't register it, because otherwise they would have. So they know that they couldn't. Because could you imagine the Jamaican government registering that organization in the US, in the United States? and then putting their people on it, and then saying the diaspora must report to them. Could you imagine the scrutiny that they would go through?
That would be crazy.
Right, so that's why it was easy for them to say, "Oh, it's just a movement, and these people we're just collaborating on one." But there was no real collaboration. There's no real collaboration, and I'll tell you why there's no real collaboration. Our representative, Michelle Tolonil, she was asked a question the last time she appeared on the program, and regarding her responsibility or role, and she made mention of the fact that she's very involved with the community because somebody had a problem with the passport and she referred them to the CG. And I'm saying, that I know why you occupy the position there. You don't refer nothing. You call a meeting and you say, listen, this is of interest to us as a people, because we know that people have been waiting inordinate periods of time to get their passports. It's a problem. And so we want to have a meeting with the ambassador, and we want to make it abundantly clear that, look, you're not going to be well received if we don't get our passports. We've paid for the passport, and it shouldn't take you this long for the passports to be provided to the recipients. Shouldn't take, or the applicants. Shouldn't take that long. That's what I expect from my rep. I expect my rep is going to advocate, not refer. And so this organization now will be this standalone, autonomous, independent organization will now represent the diaspora. And when we represent, we really represent. So when we go, when there's an issue like all of you out there with passport issues, we're going collate all the complaints. And then we go and say, we want to talk to the ambassador about this issue. We want to talk to them, but we went call a meeting with the ambassador and the CGs. Not go to the CGs and make them just sit down on it. We want everybody to know. And then we're going to say, listen, we need to fix this problem here, and we need to get an answer within a reasonable period of time as to how soon this problem will be fixed. And we want to ensure that this doesn't become a problem in the future. That's advocacy. That's representation. Not referring. No. So somebody said, give them a duck. For the local judge to give them a duck. And somebody said they can't use anything with a clown. Oh, Candy Max. Yeah, Candy Max. Big up yourself. Yeah. Oh, lonesome busy over there, so.
I'm listening to you guys, and I'm thinking about the level of disrespect coming out of the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade toward her fellow Jamaicans. Because in the press release earlier that you read, she referred to them as elements. You know, you can disagree with somebody without being disrespectful. And instead of referring to us as elements, she could say, members of the diaspora, Jamaican diaspora, that they have a disagreement with, but not call us people elements, And I think the Jamaican diaspora may be the only one that operates out of the ministry, out of a government, because normally a diaspora operates independently of government. So I've never heard, I don't recall any diaspora operating out of their foreign ministry or out of the office of the country that they are from, only the Jamaican one. But when you think of some of the things that they're asking the diaspora to tackle, the first thing that the diaspora has to address is accountability of the Jamaican government, transparency, and they're not willing to do that. So the diaspora has to do that by force because they're not complying with the conversations that we want to have in terms of transparency, good governance, accountability. Because when you look at the areas that must be covered, their diaspora council thing that they're having in June addresses none of that. When the diaspora will want to address how best can the diaspora assist with addressing issues in the healthcare system, issues in education, issues in national security, because the resources are there, the people are there to do it. They have to allow the diaspora to talk about that. They should be coming to the table of the diaspora, not the other way around, because they're doing their thing and saying to the diaspora, come to the table. and listen to what we have to say instead of saying, allowing the diaspora to say to them, you are the government, come to our seat, to our table, have a seat at our table, and let us tell you what needs to be done, how we can assist, and air some of the grievances. Because when they talk about crime and the guns going into Jamaica, first of all, they have an address, they have an owner, and it is not the small man down in the ghetto that are bringing in these guns. They have to start arresting the people in the upper echelons of society that are responsible for bringing in these guns and these drugs. It is not from the small man. And unless and until they do that, they're going to constantly have this problem with guns, the flow of guns into Jamaica. It has to be addressed at the highest level, because you have a security minister whose name was in WikiLeaks. And the very fact that his name was in WikiLeaks tell you everything that you should know. So these people are seeing information that they shouldn't even be seeing, given that their own checkered past. So how can we really be serious about just addressing these issues when they are so arrogant and nobody wants to listen? And nobody really wants to talk to the diaspora. They want to dictate to the diaspora, tell the diaspora what, when, how, where, and why. It doesn't work that way. It is supposed to be the other way around.
I agree with you, Marie. I want to say that it's impossible for them to understand. It appears that we are an entity by ourselves, and as you quite rightly say, there are diasporas that we have taught to be a diaspora throughout the world, right? And yet we are the only ones who are hogtied by our government, and it's for a reason that we have to bow and scrape every time we say things and so on, and they think it's cool. It is not cool. The fact of the matter is that they're building roads, which is good, and building this. They are also must understand that they have to build Jamaica, the poor people of Jamaica, because without them, we'll have no Jamaica. There'll be no reggae. There'll be nobody. In fact, they have to be wanting to import workers into Jamaica. Why? Because they have not trained our population. They're doing the things with heart and all that sort of thing. But there are many things that could have been done before. We have no food. That is Jamaica. We have food, yes, but it's not supplying the areas, and the people are importing food, importing potato, importing tomato. Why are we doing that when we have land that is so rich and prosperous? Why are we doing that? Because we are fattening. Somebody's getting trimming off the fat somewhere. We're importing chicken, just chicken that has been, God knows what they do with the chicken. Meat, fish, everything, vegetables. These people are absolutely crazy. And when you talk to them, they're upset. You know what I mean? There is no way we should have this sort of thing going on in our country. We have, there are young people out there, you know what I mean? And if we train them, they say we don't have it. What is going to happen with the country if you're putting up these things, and I don't think they're using regular masons. They're bringing in stuff from overseas. When we're going to lose all our masons, all our people who work in the industry, we should have nobody who can do anything if they're bringing in everything from overseas. And that's what, in 10 years, we may not be able to recognize our own country, right? Recognize it at all. They're giving, and the land they're giving away has water on it. 1,200 acres in St. Anne has water on it, and it's nearby the ocean. Who gave them that right to do that? You understand me? And people are talking about if the Chinese didn't do it. Well, the point I'm making, I have a problem. Yes, the Chinese have come in, but they have a store downtown. They say that people are selling oil that is not regular motor oil. And nobody did anything about it. So it seems to me it's a free-for-all, except for Jamaicans. And we must not say anything about it because we are foreigners. We left and we ran away from Jamaica, and we still send money. Oh, Lord help us. That is what is the problem with Jamaica right now. They have turned the people against themselves. And that is really sad. Very sad.
It's really sad. You want me to make it here, fam? I'm going to call Danny. I'm going to make you hear something right now. Danny, I'm going to call you. Right? You see Danny Marina this, It's a Danny Marina, right? You know, him have a nice business like how you have Gloria and then you have Danny Marina and them thing, right? And you know him out of Harbour Head there, so. And Danny, answer your phone. And you know, so them go out there and go take him in peace a place and I do one bag of things. Hey Danny, how you doing?
Not bad, how you doing?
I'm here, man, I'm here. Me just call you on the panel now because we're vexed now. We just you know, we blaze some fire. Give me your situation. We want Rattigan and the whole crew here, and you know, the whole crew. Here we are going with you, the whole family. Here we are going with you out there, so. And what the Prime Minister, the government do to you.
Oh, in my case,
yes.
You know, we did it from, but the one of piece of spot from a little boy. Grandmother and grandfather used to be there before, you know. And, you know, so my grandmother grew up come see her. Start that little thing, you know.
Yes, sir.
I've done too, you know, a little restaurant thing, but it was a little boat place. But we played from a 6-year-old, you know, with them, you know. And get old and one take over the thing and one push through my grandmother's dream, but you know, it go by that. I build up on the place, try to get some paperwork on it. Talk to the director of Commissioner of Lands, make them know the situation. And said to me, say, all right, seal my part first, that are the business area. When we complete the marina, then them deal with the parking area. So me there wait. Only if you know the man them lease it out to somebody else. You know. And me think it wrong, you know, because me there and build something and it get established. Just in the time when the business are lift off. There come problem, you know. Them take it and them give it to them friend, and then the people them who come there, them not come with no form of respect, nothing. Them not give me all notice, yeah, them go do a gas station or, you know, normally, oh, it's supposed to go by law. I'm supposed to give me a letter. Say, them a look at lease or NEPA supposed to come to me and ask me if me agree with it, and, you know? Nothing like that. Them just come and hear bullyism, brute force thing, you know?
So this, under the government now, because people are complaining, just go around and them just capture some place and be a gas station. Oh, so much gas station I put up. Come with some gas station name, yard. We get to understand, Ratty. The Yardman gas station them. We get to understand, say, you know, is a farmer, cabinet member own the Yardman, you know. What his name? Andrew Wheatley. Andrew, you own them Yardman gas station there? But the people them, you know, it's surprising, you know, them just go on and them just start, you know, take land and just do some things where it really attracts people in Jamaica. Yes.
I'll pay a brute force thing them are going out the way, and it's like no respect, them not respect to nobody, you know.
But the Chinaman them get 700 acres the other day. Chinaman them get 700, China people them get 700 acres for a bill. So you know what them come there, so out of Harbour Head, out of Harbour View, come put a new gas station there. So. But we have 2 gas stations over the road. We never need a 3rd one. Right?
One.
Yes, man. So we never need a 3rd one. So you then put you under pressure now too, right?
Well, we are not telling us you're under pressure because originally the diagram for that property there, where them get released, it's supposed to be the original diagram for the area. But what them do now, them resurvey the place, and the resurvey them are resurvey now. Commissioner of Lands not come as me as a leasee, you know, for find out if these people, what them do, you know, it's within the law. Them just there and them, I build them fence right now, them even come out in the little area when we left, where them take the big piece apart where we have gas station. Where them take. So them come down in the little area then up on the road. So the little parking them have, them take that too.
But you don't need for them to come down on it. So Danny Marina now, them put Danny Marina under threat as an Eastman.
Well, them put me under pressure like them want me just close down the place, but it no fear, all I want to go and no fear because I don't have nobody to talk to, you know. If I go to try to talk, it come like me are the problem. We reach all a court one at the time because when them come, them a dump up the dirt, them some big heap of dirt over there. And the dirt a blow over my place and You know, we reach a court and it's like, based on when you like me wrong, you know. My place is supposed to be there. Because a commercial area, a restaurant is supposed to be there. But me did it from how much years? Me did it 47, I did it from me youth.
Yes.
So me did it, check 41 years now, me did it. You know? So we occupy the little piece of area there, a park on it. And them just, it's like no rights not there, you know? You know where I come from, nothing we know where I try if you make.
Yeah, me know that, man. Me know,
you know, ends meet and move on with the life, you know?
Yes.
It's like, I don't know. Everybody else can come here and make something. China them come here, Indian them come here, everybody can read. And we were there is a problem.
So you would
but
be
this
that
was
thing.
part me even write to the Prime Minister and
Yes.
make him know the situation. We are demonstrate out. You know? To make them know the situation what happened. All them look for me. No look for me with.
Why them be stop, give them friend. Hey Andrew, let me tell you this. Stop, take the land. When you have progressive, and you know, people like this, progressive man like this, now set up film thing. Danny Marina, you have Glorias. You have Danny Marina, set up film fish place and everything. Nice. Nice restaurant. Nice restaurant, seafood restaurant. And you just go there and get one of those a take with the thing from him. It can't work, you know.
Yeah, man, them not have no respect with anything them do what them not respect. Them just do what them feel like to do. It's like a politics thing, you know. Nobody not there to say, oh, we are doing it right, you know. You know, right. It's
like, right. Now I'll finish with the
yeah,
panel.
Like,
but
you know, we are struggling, you know, from nothing.
Yes, we know that.
Come here, build that thing from nothing, you know, from buckle torch, you know, we and me alone. Buckle torch. And me, I see, no land over there, you know.
You don't
you know the history, because you build the thing with it there.
Yeah, man, we build it, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, so no land over there, and me create the land with it now.
Yeah.
You know? So that me take my life, me take my time, man, and create something.
Yes, man.
And then them come now and take it from me. So all my years when me I struggle. And I try to say, you know, build myself and try to move forward and can live and feed my family like anybody else. I'm going to take that from me. So, you know, sometimes I don't even go there at the time. To be honest, I feel cut up about it.
No, you inspire people, right? They say, and a lot of people, I say, keep your treat, them, they do a lot of things out there, so. And as me I say, them shouldn't put a next gas station right there, so. Because we have 2 out of Harborview right there, so. Everybody will pass us and go airport. When you pass it, when I come from town, I pass 2 gas stations. When you can't see them clear. But them put the other one, them friend gas station right there, so from under
a friend thing, Will, because even when we demonstrate and we are call out for government, you know, so Andrew, hear it. Hear it, like we under pressure, hear me, you know?
Yes.
See what I go on, because we don't want to do to me, right? So we just want to intervene. I know.
All right.
You know, look. No. You know, and that's how women are rate him for. You understand? If you're a leader, you're supposed to listen to your people. You can't put your friend in front of people, because so government thing God. You lead and not lead like that.
But
you're supposed to come out and listen and try to, you know, get some form of clarity and fairness about what go on.
All right. Anyway, I'm going to go and continue the show, yeah? Yeah, because we're so for a knock off, so we're going to continue the show, yeah? I have to talk to you because Dr. Rupert Francis, and we just talk about the kind of the leadership, but we now have right now a Jamaican, but I tell them the truth. You know, for the rich and famous, not for the poor and needy, you know.
Well, and that's what I feel hurt in a way.
I know that.
I feel hurt, you know, to me that youth will suffer and I come from nothing. You see how them treat me, you know?
Yes, but the Chinese, they get treated so, right?
Book and, eh?
Me know your American citizen book too, and you could have up there, but...
Yeah, man. I said, come like me, I said, better my migrate, because not there for we. We are Jamaican and we want something from our side, and it's like, we can't own it. Because people are pushing off. And then if we go turn to the wrong thing now, you got yourself. You know, everything I will come down for me, because you know where I go.
All right.
You know?
No,
so they force me, you know, if look otherwise, but they are things, you know them.
Go on with it, brother. All right. Respect. Cool.
Respect, bless.
So here we're going in Jamaica now. The Blue Lagoon, that gone through, you know. Not too ratty. Maria, want to hear about it, right? You hear about it? So,
yeah.
Them not deal with them, just deal with one. Yes, a woman appear for your land down, so when she look NCB, a freedom thing, pan the woman thing, you know. And them a try to hold it down, you know. Yeah? Out of many, I think, who vote many now are developed up now. I destroy them. Out of Morant Bay, you know, a NCB, them give to develop that, them spend the money in a ratty. But here the government has said, you know, Renaissance and, you know, bill and NCB. Me want what the deal with them get out there, so. If them give them the land for $1, for develop it up. Them out what develop it up. Foolishness are going, man. See me has too much foolishness are going. Blue Lagoon, I think that gone too. Because them that put where the people, them that want them on it. Yes, Ratty.
Do me a favor, you, Maria or Herb, just send me back the video me just sent you. Somehow it just disappear off of my thing, yeah.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
I can send it back to you right now. Yes. All right, so I send it back there. Yeah,
Thank
man.
you, sir.
So this is
listen. Wait,
yes,
one of the things I wanted the audience to look at, search the internet, talk to your friends, and if you have Haitian friends, talk to them. The technique that they use in Haiti that has prolonged gang warfare has been the rich oligarchs, and Canada named them. The US refused to name them and to sanction them, but Canada named them and sanctioned them. A guy named Braun and about 4 more of them, to include the ex-Prime Minister Martelly. These people are paying the gangs to cause a lot of this ruckus. And for that reason, even now that the Transitional Council has been established, they're going to give them a hard time if they don't name their man or woman as Prime Minister. And so we have to take a look at, are any of our rich people, oligarchs as they call them in Haiti, are any of them stirring up trouble by supporting the gangs? Where are the gangs getting the $1,700 and $2,500 US dollar weapons from? Who is buying them? And what that pricky boy couldn't buy him shoes, but him got killed with a $1,700 weapon on him. Who bought it and gave it to him? Did they ever trace it? These are all the things our Deputy Commissioner of Police, Fitzbailey, need to answer. But I don't know if anybody asks him a question. I mean, in addition to the crime scene at Patrick Bailey House, whether or not he took paraffin test samples of Bailey's hands, right? How are they conducting these investigations? We don't understand it. And I don't know if anybody's asking the question directly. I hear these press conferences and I don't hear the question being asked. So somebody got to be on top of that. And to find out who are buying these expensive weapons and handing it over to these young boys. Because it cannot be anybody in the diaspora. It's got to be somebody ordering that stuff from down there, maybe in conjunction with a contact in the diaspora. But it's the same scheme they're running in Haiti that they run in Jamaica. No different. And we see signs of that.
Something online, right? This is where the farmer minister, Ratty, you know this farmer minister? Now I send it to you. No, I Ratty more you read. I'm gonna send it like you read it because me know what I put not me know what, you know, me know what, all right. So I'm gonna send it to you, Ratty. I'm gonna send it to Maria. Let me just tweet that way, yeah. I'm gonna send it to Uno. I make Uno read it because Ratty, I'm gonna say make Ratty read it. Right? Ratty, you know the person good enough. Look on this now. Right? Maria, I'm going to send it to you too and send it to Herb too, you know. Send it to Dr. Francis too, all right? So watch this. Ratty?
Yeah, man.
Go on and read that for me. This around 12 hours ago. And tell me if that make any sense. Just look at him. I'm going to send it to Maria and Dr. Francis. All right, so I'm going to send it to all of you, yeah? All right, you see that, Ratty?
Yeah.
Read that for me, Ratty, please and thanks. Me make sure I send it to you for you read it, you know.
Oh, boy. All right. Ian Fleming International Airport, Boscobel, is a community airport. My godson, Rory, arrived from Miami on Saturday, April 13th, 2024 on American Airlines Flight 4007 into the airport at Boscobel, St. Mary. He lives across from the airport. After clearing customs, he walked home. When will you be landing or taking off from Boscobel? Let's support this so that it can be expanded and more planes from more places can land at Boscobel, St. Mary. Please share and encourage all your friends, family, and community to travel using our airport in Boscobel. Take a look at the video.
I may have the video. Yeah, I'll show you the video. But you that's why I cast for it. But yeah, where that's now. That tell us that airport where them cars so much billion, the same port. Film Godson, we just live front of the airport. Me and you not live front of the airport, Ratty. And you have a small flying a small plane. What this him say I put up? Because this we don't live over the yard front of the airport. And when they expand, that for sure it says a failing airport, Ratty. So I'm afraid beg you now to come take the plane. That no plane can come. That make any sense to you? Oh, them say it will work, and what that mean Jamaica lose a bag of money, Ratty. You don't see it.
Let me just put a plug in. This coming Saturday, we'll have a presentation using the government statistics showing how much money was spent and is being spent on that airport, and we'll also show how many flights actually coming into that airport, because my understanding, and we will find out for sure this Saturday, my understanding is that only 2 flights are coming into that airport per week. 2 flights, and they're small commuter planes. The capacity I think is like 70 passengers, because it's not a big airport that you can have some of these jumbo jets landing there. Plus, not only that, why would anybody fly there anyway, except if we go into Sandals, which is down the road, you know? But otherwise, why would you fly to Kingston or you fly to Montego Bay? So we shall see. Tune in this Saturday, Reason with Rattigan. We'll discuss that and many more topics.
So him telling people now to come and take the plane, because him godson walk over the road. We not live over the road. Much more yard can run around this, and then he want to expand if you take more plane so them can get to expand. So I feel promotion that after you take taxpayers' money, wrap up over how much $1 billion, and I'm going to get a coke port. It turn a coke port. And you tell people to tell your friends to go fly. Fly go where? And everybody live in Miami. You there in New York, where you do? Fly come out Miami, get a little mosquito plane, me call them, and fly go in there, so. That don't make no sense. Me no like fly them, them small plane, they no Ratty. So, and my style. Yeah? That don't make no sense.
I think it's high time now that we hear from Mr. Fitzbailey regarding the investigation of the cocaine that was found at that airport. It's a high time now. And by the way, I've been giving the new police commissioner some advice. One of the pieces of advice I've given him, and he's taking it to heart, is to rid himself of the people around him, the high command, move them around, because you can't trust them. And I also advise him to ask Mr. Bailey within 60 days to provide him a report on all of the major investigations. And then after he's brought him up to speed, then he should get rid of him. We are waiting to see whether or not he's going to accept that piece of advice. But the piece that he's accepted so far is moving people around. And so he's moved some people around, because I tell him you can't trust them. and these people, you know, they're jealous. It's a human trait. I mean, they came up through the system. He came in sideways, and now he's their boss, and he's the least qualified of all the people that they interviewed because he doesn't have the experience, and he doesn't have the knowledge. And in fact, he's the gentleman who was or should have been in charge of the system to pay overtime because he's an IT specialist, and the system is still not up and working the way it should. Candy Max said Piss Bailey didn't have no time for that. Well, look, all the police commissioner has to do is just say, listen, you need to come and brief me on the major investigations. Will take 2 days for you to give me, because there are many cases. So he said, give me 2 days, and then we'll shut down everything, make somebody else deal with everything, and you just tell me what's going on, because I guarantee if you ask the prime minister, well, you know, I don't guarantee anything. What he should do is just take a briefing from him and then relieve him of his duties. That's it, because he's been ineffective. When your man will tell me, say, a man drive off a spiritual in a car and come out and go look and find a tree and then go hang himself. No, not believe that. And we have a man who said,
yes,
arrests are imminent in the cocaine thing at Baskerville, and up to now, you know, it's almost like them people
He
have
just
forget.
come out last week. He just come out with a new.
And when say last week? When say last week? When hear when say last week?
You what him say?
Yes,
but
the cocaine thing.
And this how much you up. Let me just put him in. Fix Bailey. Because
the man's name is Fitz.
Yeah, no, fix things better.
Oh,
I can fix the man, Fix Bailey. Yeah, him no name Fitz again, him dash the name then him no want it. So him name Fix Bailey now. Yeah? So what him do, him fix things. You understand what it? Yeah?
Okay.
Yeah, man,
I hear
fix
you.
Blake, Bailey. Let me see which one of them. Let me see Bailey. All right, let me say for that one here. Say for that one where I talk about the police. Oh, I mean, you want to hear what the commissioner said too, right?
Yeah.
You want to hear what the commissioner said, Bailey. All right. You will Bailey say yes or no? Because you want to hear what Bailey say. This is a garbage.
On this again now. This are the 5th of April 2020.
Well, not that. More you see him himself for the attack. This is with the jug sport. Well,
and you know what they should be doing?
And your friend, we are friend too, you know. What's your friend?
Greetings.
So in 2022, there was a...
Yeah, we man, sir, now.
What's the update on that? Were there any arrests?
See, Google today. Yeah, Fix Bailey now. Him whisper to Fix Bailey.
That matter is still ongoing. We are collaborating with our international partners. And as I indicated when that matter came up first, that we are going to make arrests. There's no timeline to an investigation. And it is actively being pursued.
No, that man had that crap. No timeline for the investigation, Ratty. And no time. So the court port there, him still gonna make arrest. Him leave by September. Fix Bailey him name now, not fix him, fix things. Him a watch we know. Can I do don't watch we are tell you say him a watch we. Me know him a watch. Come in the side of him. The side of the ball there. Him a watch we know. Him name Fix F-I-X. Fix Bailey. Him fix things. Him said there is no timeline. Ratty that mean if we're not there in the next 100 years and him not there neither, then nobody not get arrested. You can't follow what this guy say. Him sure we have him to go home.
Here's why it don't make any sense. Here's why it don't make no sense whatsoever. If it was a case where they said, all right, the cocaine is coming in, it's gonna be like a controlled delivery, or we are gonna surveil it and we are gonna figure out who responsible for it and all that stuff. That would be one thing. But the cocaine has been found. And for this airport, I would them put so much money and upgrade it, and you think that at the very least they would have cameras, right? So the cameras would be able to pick up images of people moving back and forth. it shouldn't take that long. How long? When did this happen? It happened
September 2022. September
what?
coming 2 years. Because last year, February, him come out and say, listen, him gonna sign the paper because they might make arrest soon. And now a 1 year gone since him say it, 1 year and a month, 2 months. And him say now, he don't have no timeline, but him gonna make arrest. Him gonna say him a sign, what kind of paper? No, him just say work with him counterparts. Which one of him counterparts? Him a go like him a chicken back.
And you know what happened?
Yes.
You know what happened?
Yes.
I'm going to retire and you still don't have any arrests.
That's why we have, but we, when
and then the person, watch, yes. I'm going to retire, no arrest, and then the person will take over going, after a year into it, most of them can't find certain things, certain documents, can't find this, can't find that. And in the meantime, what they need to do is continue to check the weight of the evidence and to check to make sure that the evidence is actually what they seized.
Can I say something to you? Can I say something to you? Let me tell you where him know. Remember, you know, your police one they were investigate. And you know where the win here, or where the win know about? You have a member from the cabinet and businessman of feed them cook. Okay? Me not call, you notice, me not call the name yet because we are watch him fix daily. And we notice him like fix up things. So we are telling him say a politician and businessman cook. Saying? And we not ask them, we are telling them.
Yeah, but them have to keep checking the evidence room because you know
them not it. Over that. It's a small airport, this. It's just a little airstrip. So you have less people, less traffic. So who carry them back there? With 25 million coke.
And nobody knows them.
Immigration or custom, they must see who carry the bag. Them tell me, say when them allow the plane to fly out. Them say it. And then them put that in the paper also. And the police come talk. Other people tell me. So them say like them that stay out with it in a clothes and what have you. Them know when the bus coming, them know who put it in there. Them are going like, a matter of fact, him they talk. Why I'm not arrest nobody? You know what police tell me say? You see, you know, or you them want to stop talk about these things, you know, you. And them I blame the Fantastic Five too, you know. Because we talk about a lot of things and we get pan top of their nerves. Because that dead already, you know, 9 days. So it get pan top of them nerves, brother. You see? Them I blame the whole Fantastic Five. You want me to show you now where Google to say? You want me to show you where him say? Now them ask Google to about the trust with the police and the citizen. You know what I'm saying? It's a perception because, like him I said, there is no deficit. No, the people them love we. What me say? Him not ready yet. A matter of fact, you are telling him say, you know, him can't trust them. Them can't trust him neither. Then Ratty, for me tell you to ask him, you to ask some question. But for me, you want me to tell you a question if you ask him if him have any US citizen book. Ask him if him have a US book. If him a US citizen. You know, I'm going to tell maybe I'm going to tell you yes because through some sickness and some illness. I mean, I want to go, you know, make me draw out and start ask some things, you know. Anyway, let me show you something. Remember me at the win, you know. Remember me at the win. All right, let me show you something with him. Watch this. Hear this, hear the answer on this now. Hear it for yourself.
In terms of the number of weapons that we have here.
Okay, the commissioner
speak
on the issue, the Catch Act you mentioned. What we will say is that any initiative by our international partner, in particular the Americans, to mitigate the amount of weapons that are being shipped within the region, illegal weapons, it is a welcome initiative. I know that we have been working with our international partners. I know that from the level of the political administration.
That should come out time out, Ratty. I know, remember this man a police. He's supposed to attack as a police. He can't tell me about political administration, you know. This, you know, police to be about police. Hear this.
I know that from the level of the political administration, there have been several meetings on a regional basis. There have also been several meetings trying to enlist the support of the United States in particular to prevent the inflow.
Shabati, are the minister this way a lawsuit and minister misinformation this? Come and talk like he's a minister, you know. He not talk as a police. He might talk for the government. Let me move him a little bit.
Like
he might talk for the government.
Individual from ATF and other law enforcement, U.S. law enforcement representative, as well as Caribbean law enforcement representatives. So what we will say, any initiative to mitigate the flow of illegal weapons is welcome.
And by the way, now we have police clothes, him wear jacket and tie like politician too. So much show politicianness, yeah? All right.
By us.
Yeah, this no Ratty. This.
Thank you, DCP Bailey. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Again, Maisha Brody, can we go to that question from Maisha Brody? She's indicated that she's having problems with her microphone, hence her use of the chat feature. Can we just pull up that question? The question is, the JCF was in dialogue with Turks and Caicos police regarding Jamaican gangs targeting schools, especially the one in Westmoreland, which, sorry, go up. I think I may have missed something. Jamaican gangs, okay, they're wreaking havoc. Will Commissioner Blake continue these talks started by the former commissioner? Well, this is an yes. The simple answer is yes. Next question. Has anyone been arrested in relation to recent bomb threats targeting schools, especially the one in Westmoreland, which left at least 2 schools closed in March?
No, we have not had an arrest on any of those.
Okay. Is there any updates on payments of overtime monies owed to police officers?
You might tell lie.
Not quite sure what is that question asking. The overtime system works. Persons who have paid or who have worked overtime have been paid. There are challenges sometimes with, but most of
him start lie already. A gent him say my push under the bus, brother. Him not good. I go too.
Hold on. Hear what him say. Him say it works. And then him come after and say, well, we have challenges.
The minute tell us I go too, Ratty. Minute tell us I go too.
Rewind that.
All right.
Well, him here.
And I'm ask you the question.
Who have worked overtime have been paid. There are challenges sometimes with, but
no. Go back. Rewind it. Can start out as the system work.
Overtime monies owed to police officers.
Not quite sure what is that question asking. The overtime system works. Persons who have paid or who have worked overtime have been paid. There are challenges sometimes.
Then it no work, Papa.
Most of those
challenges. It no work.
No, not I go too. All right. Well,
where them find them people here? Where them find them people here?
But here a bigger one, you know. Well, I know. I'm first speech, this, you know. What mash me up, you know.
But the system works and people are being paid.
Thank you.
Yeah, this now.
Leon Nash of NRP Online Radio says the trust factor among the populace has over time been a point of concern where citizens still do not sufficiently trust the police with information regarding finding crime producers and solving crime. What plan is in train to impress on law enforcers to treat leads from citizens confidentially?
Question based on your the
Stop. No, you understand. No, I'm going to ask if I finish play. But this one, I look like him worse than the one before, man.
It's a Google too.
This one I was before. You know what I'm asking about? They're asking him about intelligence-led policing. They're asking him about a robust intelligence base. You see the deer in the headlights, look, him don't know what to say, no.
No.
Him don't know what to say.
And them ask about the trust,
Herbalist.
you know.
Well,
Them ask about the
herbalist,
trust,
jump
you
in
know.
and help me now, because we are talking about the intelligence cycle, we are talking about fusion center, we are talking about all of the things them they were going to making an analyst pivotal to intelligence-led policing, working alongside investigators. We're talking about requirements. We're talking about all of them things. This man is clueless.
You never know. Then what is
Yeah,
a
you see, if he had said that his intent is to establish fusion centers and that you can call in the tip to the fusion center, they'll take it, they'll map it out, and they'll make sure that the reward feature kick in also. If they take the
You see, what I'm supposed to describe is a robust intelligence base. Two principles:
right,
how you protect information and how you protect people. Those are the two things in focus span. But this man, I tell you the truth now, boy, my name is so sure I should give him no more information because him look like him never know what to do with it. Me I worry now. Maybe we should have sent back for the man we replace, because this man have no clue, brother. No.
You never want you. I Google too. See me.
Well, I know. You see him surround himself with a whole heap of people. Him up here whisper in our ears and think. He have no clue.
And this time
Like
first,
Jamaicans, I hope on our watching now. I hope on our study. I hope on our observe. I hope on being critical about what's going on. When I say critical, not critical in terms of just criticize, for the sake of being being a nuisance, but criticize for the sake of saying, what are we doing to our security apparatus in Jamaica? What are we doing? Me guarantee you, say, if you ask him alone, just have him alone, and you say, tell me about intelligence cycle. How does it work? How does it start? Where does it? What's the process? What's the role of the intelligence analyst? What's the role of the investigator? How do you use technology to enhance this police feature? How do you predict the occurrence of crime? If you start asking all them questions, that him have no clue. Him done. The man a mash up me head. Believe me. We need to get back the man before him. No, get back the man before him, please.
all right. So right away.
Finish. Hold on. Let me hear him answer the question. Let me hear him answer the question. We don't rewind.
So the people them love them, so them I give them everything. Not
rewind.
Yeah, this
assessment. I mean, I don't know.
No, go back. Go back about assessment. They don't know nothing about assessment. Rewind.
He may never deficit. Well,
all right.
Plan is in train to impress on law enforcers to treat leads from citizens confidentially.
Never go back more because it trust.
Based on your the person's own assessment. I mean, I don't know that there is a trust issue with the police.
When is a trust issue with the police?
Him no.
Him no know.
That's the craziest part, because there's always been a trust issue, right?
If Ed no good at all, Google to this, Well, I'm going to finish.
I don't know that there is a trust issue with the police. Many times we have narratives out there that may not necessarily be the experience that we see out there.
What must I say?
But we continue to serve the citizens. We
say it's only a certain narrative.
I'm gonna pull up some video and show him something. Why you think the police?
Let me help him out. All I'm have to say is, listen. Yes, there is a narrative out there about a trust deficit with the police, and I intend to do something about it. And I will be meeting with my team, because we realize that the only way the police can be effective in Jamaica is through a partnership with its citizenry. We cannot do it on our own. And I'm going to make that a priority in my administration. At them kind of answer them supposed to get. But when you start to say, I don't know if there's a trust issue with the police. No, man. Come on. Look on him eyes them. Him eyes them betray. Look in him eye. Him eyes them, I tell us him lack confidence, Lack confidence. He don't know what I talk about. He have no clue.
Tell me now, so if him have a trust issue, you know what happen? It has to stay same way with the people them and the police, so nothing now got change. Because in a film head, I don't know where him have his brain, but in a film skull and a film skull, where him have in there, so I don't know what.
You know what
happened?
happened?
Change.
You know what happened? When the outgoing police commissioner, right, was welcoming him give him a whole heap of gifts and give him things like that. You know one thing him never give him? Him never give him the police commissioner hat. Him did wear him own hat. Him should bring theme hat and say, see the real hat here and give it to him. Because this man is a done spot. This man have no clue about policing. Look in him eyes. Look on him body. Look on him body language. It tells you that he's not comfortable. And hear him answer that when the questions get put to him, he must say, "Oh, I don't understand." The question's simple. What do you mean you don't understand what the question is asking? And then start out with, no. Look, in this position, the answers them supposed to roll off of your tongue like this. Roll off of your tongue like, because then you know what happened? People will then start believing in you. People will then start to have confidence in you and say, well, look, we look like we have a change for the better. But when you
to the verse.
You know, what do you expect? I mean, I just don't understand. You guys, listen, I have to move on now, but I just want to say I'm so disappointed by what I've just seen. I mean, I don't know. I can't believe it. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, because it seems to me that, you know, I won't even tell you exactly what, but let me say, I pray for my country, because if this is what we're going to be getting, and people can't get answers. Who's the guy in the green jacket, by the way? Who is he? Right?
And him name Magla. You know,
he's showing his light green jacket, and he's
friend, man. Magla.
Yeah. Anyway, but the point I'm making is this: that boy, that this makes me sad. That's all I can tell you. I want to thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to appear on your show. I don't know how you guys do it. You must be certainly much younger than I am. But, you know, Marie, you too. I gotta go. But people, it was wonderful. Remember to subscribe to Wayne Lonesome, like, share, and subscribe. And remember also the One Jamaica Legal Defense Fund and the notes to come in to say you support everything that we do, because they think we have no support whatsoever. One love, one heart, one destiny. I'll talk with you.
Bless up, brother.
Bless, brother. Bless.
Right.
Yes.
All right, Doc. Talk to you.
Talk to my brother. Thank you very much for everything.
All right.
Yes, man.
No, man. This man no exude confidence at all. Our knowledge. Him don't look like him know where my do. Him don't look like him know where my do. One of the things you have to do as a leader, you know, you have to have presence. You know, you have to have, when you talk, people believe in a way you say, and people will fight for what you say and do what you want. People will even go the extra mile. No, you think any policeman based on this performance, you think policeman or woman, you think any of them are gonna say, me would die for that police commissioner. Me would anything him tell me for do, me believe in a way I say, him have a good strategy. You believe in anybody? Anybody believe in this man here?
Oh, see, look here, right away. Look here. I'm not surprised. Look now. Google this. Look now. That a commission. Look here now. Look. Google too.
Google too.
See that? Let me stop it there, Sophia. See that? Google too. I Google too. See that? Two of them now. So two of them I grab. Two of them. I Google too. See that? Yes, I Google to this. You have Google and you have Google too.
You better teach Mario to repeat that.
Google too. Like you have two. Like Google. They Google too. Google too. Yeah.
Oh, you know, somebody just put something inside. You know, your theme focus that you don't call them female constable or female whatever you call.
I have that too.
Woman, you don't call them woman constable.
You know what happened? Yeah. No, but that's stupid. Can't hear this now. You see, through Jamaica, you are they promote them go up there. When you hear say constable brown and constable brown, I'm gonna say with a woman constable or woman soup brown or woman soup Rattigan the man, yes, I take a woman soup. We know say woman I get promotion. So when you not call them, I'm gonna tell you something what him don't know. The youth them not care about bad and thing. The youth them respect police woman more than the man them. The woman them have not trouble with the woman them, you know. Most men have not trouble with police woman, none at all. Right cross. Them now them because them are more like mothers and sisters and them thing there. So them don't have a trouble there. You understand? But them they have with police, the man them and the deficit and who do this. Them not really this woman like that, you know. You understand? So when you hear say constable this female, this or that, I don't know where I come with. Because it's a Google too. Yeah? Him just come with foolishness. Yeah?
You better never show me that no, because me have high hopes and say.
No, me have to show you because when I want listen, him just a same at you Ron James under the bus. When him throw himself under the bus, brother. Him say them get paid. That mean if him them get paid, that mean Ron a fight for what? Ron a tell lie so him for lose him job then because of him a tell.
But you know the man said
overtime.
You know the man said there are challenges. System works, but there are challenges. That's the reason why the court ordered in the first instance, because the system never work and we have challenges.
That is it.
So how you for come and say the system work and we have challenges? You have 1 year for remove all challenges. And you are the IT specialist. Remember, this one an IT specialist, you know. And well,
I'm an IT specialist. So me just I'm not IT, not anything, but IT specialist. We're done with him. No talking. Right, Maria?
Hold on. I agree. I was hoping that he would have been doing better than the previous Gov't, but he seemed to be only a continuation of the problem, you know, and that is rather unfortunate. It's really rather unfortunate, and he seems to be so out of his depth. So they should have match him with his skills because he's into IT. So put him where his skill set will be better used, and not put him as commissioner. There, you have Chairman James who will make a way better commissioner than all of them combined, and they have them there wasting away. It's just sad. It's a sad situation.
Look, you know, I says we'd have the white experiment with the police commissioner, because I remember a pure white man used to run it, right? Then them start bringing some black man, right? Then we have the military experiment where them bring in 3 military people and all of them fail miserably, especially the last one.
The last one, no. Why?
Yeah, this is the last one. No, them are though. Then we did a PhD experiment, and that failed with Dr. Williams. And so we come here now with another failure, right? The one experiment them never try yet, you know, is a woman experiment. Put a woman in charge of the thing. Put a woman, and them have qualified women in the JCF, you know. There are qualified women in the JCF. Put a woman inside there. Get rid of this man here. Put a woman inside and make us say, what happened? Because me, I tell you the truth right now, you mash up my head. Because I've never seen this man before. I just give him some advice and I see some people.
Press briefing that, you know. That the last me, you know. If that are the first one, and I'll be a big, you know.
And hear what? Hear why it's so bad. Here's why it's so bad. They might ask him questions about film portfolio, you know, IT, when we there, you know. I remember now, you know, him did it 20 years, you know, and I like him just come in and he must say, well, me I find my way around. Him did almost say 20 years or close to 20 years. You think in performance would have, you think in performance would have demonstrate at certain depth, certain knowledge about the institution, about the issues, because remember, I know him there in the inner circle, you know, so him know about all of the issues that are going on. But it look like him now retain, and it look like him not critical. If you can retain things, and if you're critical, you're good. But it look like him feel on both counts. Him now retain and him not critical. Him just sit down there like a dunce bat. Just sit down there. You know when they could don't speak. You know, don't play in the back of the room and the teacher work hard on the blackboard and the teacher look around and say dunce bat and look out of the window and say, hey, you answer the question. And say,
Hey, did this guy ever run a police station?
No, sir. He never lock up a man yet, neither.
You know, if you don't know what field work is like, if you never supervisor, field team, then you will understand what the requirements are from up top. If all you do, you are programming stuff all along, you got a problem. You have to get out into the field and get a taste for what your an inspector and what your area superintendent doing. And then you understand command and control. And once you get a grasp of command and control at that level, the tactical level, then you can come up and deal with the strategic level from the national center, from the national level. But if you don't understand tactics, you got a problem.
Herb, we have to remember, that he joined the force as an assistant superintendent. Assistant superintendent don't lock people up. They're administrators. They're managers, right? They're managers in training to become leaders. This I want to learn nothing about leadership. Nothing. Let me tell you something. You see, once you see a man surround himself with a whole bunch of people and start whisper, him don't know nothing. So
but Ratty, remember say him and us right up there, say remember him a DCP, right?
Mm-hmm.
Him a deputy commissioner.
Was a deputy.
Him and them a par. And you still have to surround yourself with them now. Remember, him now come from the army, Him the right there with them for the few years. And you not learn nothing. Him head tough. Him and a commissioner, I'm a Google too.
Look, him need to give up. Well, put it this way. Me do work hard for him PhD, so I'm not going to deprive him of that. But it actually shows now, it shows that you don't have to have a PhD to think like a PhD. Now, keep in mind, think about this. And here's where the government make a huge mistake. Dr. Williams, the first PhD candidate to head the JCF, he has a bachelor's, a master's, and a PhD in what? Criminal justice. A very pertinent topic. It relates to his job. And he was a colossal failure. Him come up with one like a full program about get the guns. That's your job. What do you mean you come with a program, get the guns? And that's what you do. Get the guns.
But that one, you don't start about
so what I know, if you have, so what that's what I said the government don't know them I do, because if you have a man like, and the other thing too, Dr. Williams come up through the force. So if you have a man who come up through the force, who have all of them degrees there, and him feel, no, you got to take this PhD man and you brag and show off, he has a PhD. You shouldn't even mention that. Because what I'm going to say to you is that if a man with 3 degrees and a PhD in the criminal justice couldn't do service to the service and the people of Jamaica, then what you think this one you going to do? And this one, I mean, I'm not this him still, but I'm not made mash up because because
you want to hold it back.
No, we want to be respectful, and believe me, I held back because I said, well, boy, this man, it may be the fact that he's been sitting in the inner circle for a while, it will come with some promise, and the future will look better than it looked, a few months ago. But after I see this performance, I am supremely convinced that this man is going nowhere fast, and Jamaica is in for a rough ride with him, because him have no, what got now? Everybody are going to undermine him. Everybody are going to do their own thing. So you better hurry up and get rid of them fast. But that's a problem too, because who are going to teach him? Who teach him?
No, nothing can't contain nothing. Remember him have
him can't retain, and him not critical.
If you say him senile already, you can have some people from a younger stage, get senile. But remember them that beat on foot? Remember come back with something about beat or something, say he might come back with something, beat and foot in a long time. Then police them come work and them that work in the community and beat and foot. He might come back with something like that and say a brand new thing he might come with. When get that from?
No, hold on there. Lonesome, Sis and Herb, you think we should have really help him? Continue to help. Because we give him 5 pieces of advice already. But we want him succeed, Not for him sake, but for the people of Jamaica. We want him succeed. We want him control crime. But we have to have bad start. We have to have very bad start.
Well, I don't know. Me da give him 2 mango seeds still. 2 mango, East Indian. Them have some nice seed tonight. I mean, me give him 2 East Indian. But me can't make him ramp on people them kind of way. Him not ready yet. Me give him 2 East Indian ratty. She say want to succeed. Me give him 2 mango. They want to give 2 apple. It's coming to you know.
No, but for the good of the country. No, for the good of the country, it is better to make as many suggestions as possible and hope he really takes them, you know, because people are suffering. That is the bottom line. People are dying. That is how serious it is. So he is off to a bad start, but let's hope he takes some advice. Really off to a bad start, but it's not too late for him to make some corrections. You know, he can course correct. If he really means the people well, he can course correct.
Could you see him? Could you see him at a press conference by himself?
No, that would be challenging. And it will be more challenging than former Google.
Me don't want to see him solo. Me don't want to see him solo, man.
It would. Given how his behavior in that setting and how he was lackluster, he wasn't sure of what he was saying, he wasn't sure of himself. You looking at him, and if you didn't know it, you would not believe that he's a commissioner. If you didn't know that.
You know him shadow? Here's what him shadow for deflect. Him should have go up there and take my brethren, Dennis's spot, right? I wouldn't suggest him wear the green, that jacket that Dennis did wear, but I would suggest him go up there and then him conduct the thing, and when the questions come, him just direct them to the various people. Like when them come, the questions come. So him no have to answer no question. That's what it should have done, because when you ask him questions like this, simple questions, very simple questions, him can't answer. They might ask him questions about a project where him in charge, I know. Him and some other people in charge, I know him alone, but some other people but that he should be very familiar with. And him start out by saying it works. Then him start out and say, but we have some challenges. And we are saying, but that is what the court they tell you to do. The court tell you fix the challenges and them give a year, and it's 2022, 2023. It's 2 years now. 2022, and I'm telling them to fix it. Yeah, 2022 was when the judge ordered them to fix it. So from the time the judge ordered them to know, it's 2 years, and the judge give them 1 year, and it's still not fixed.
So it never work, brother. It
No work. So you must say it work. It no work. No.
It never work.
No.
Yes, I will leave it, you know. But people remember just remind you of this now. And we have to start reminding, you know, because them now I send them look a full thing, and we recap, put it up back. See it there?
Yes.
And they can't see it?
You don't have the video. You don't have the video. You don't have the video.
Yeah, remember do have for the video too.
Yeah, man.
Now and then we talk about this. Now go come at it with the video. Match to the video. So this are the 10th.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the 10th. So no, not turn out this, you know. And by the way, I could just warn them again in a Jamaica. We're going to no right to use the logo, but we're going to next try or something, you know. Because we're going to bird for use. Nobody at all now want to use that. So no good. We're good to them in a ratty.
No.
Yeah, because them can't use the bird, man. A nice bird that. And the Jamaica want a Jamaica bird that, man. The one to show them. Eh?
If you want to show them next week, man. I'll show it during the week. Because I'll send you some things so when you put up.
Yeah.
To the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation.
Yeah,
and this up, yeah. And yeah. And the People's Conference. I'll send you something about that too.
All right. I'll play that video right now. Yeah. All right. So as me I said now, man, fast, you know, Ratty. I did the thing my fast. So remember the 10th of May, man, that, you know, so you know, now come out there. So I make them, when them see this, you know, them jerking up and down. And by the way, we'll put a cease on the system today, from tonight. When you don't touch that, now going to something one can use. It's legal phone to use. See there, any one of them. When you just pick one of them, see that I want to look good, Ratty. Them can use, I don't want to use a one day, if you don't want to soar like up to the sky, the same thing. Yeah, I use a one day. Any one of them look better. You can use any one of them out of them here. The wings stretch out like this. Just use one of them there, yeah? All right. So, use one of them, the phone logo, leave the logo alone. It belongs to now. And remember, you know, you can't touch in the state and so now you remember over there, so now, you know. We have to practice over there, so we have to talk about figure about nothing. We don't have to look for nobody, you know. That's who I grab, you know. So we are telling them to leave the logo alone. We not joke with you know. I'm going to put up this right here. We not joke with them. Yeah? We have to ask we, and then we are going to tell you no. But that's true, right? We not going to tell them yes. We not tell them from now. So I'm going to say that them not going to ask again in the Ratty. Yes, Ratty. Them not going to ask.
No, them not going to ask.
No, but if them go on, you continue to use it in a Ratty. You have to go some pandemic. You have to do it, you know.
But when you could have at least give them an opportunity to ask. Now you tell them that you're not going to give it to them. They're not going to bother ask.
Yeah, man, we have to ask. I want to ask. We not go the permission.
No, but them have to ask. You can't have it up to a matter of fact and then remove it too. Them two out there and send it over here.
Eternal Father, bless, guide us with thy mighty hand, keep us free from evil powers, be our light through countless hours. To our leaders, great defenders, grant true wisdom from above, justice, truth be ours forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak to change. Give us wisdom lest we perish.
The following is a public service announcement.
The Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force and One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invite Jamaican patriots and friends in the tri-state area to the second staging of a call to action. Meet us on Friday, May 10th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Jamaica's Consulate, located at 300 East 42nd Street, corner 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. That's a call to action for Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica who are seeking the best solutions for Jamaica. May 10th at 9 a.m. at the Jamaican Consulate at 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. Listen to Reason with Radigan Saturdays at 3 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube for updates.
Knockings.
Thank you, sir.
Knockings.
Thank you,
Yeah,
sir.
man.
Is it for the best solution?
Is that nice? All right. Beat them in a ratty.
For the best solutions. That's what we're about. You hear it, sir? We're there for solutions.
All right. So we are beat them. All right. So
Everybody have a great week.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I just got to the gas station, so I gotta go fill up here.
All right. No problem.
So,
Yeah, brother. Yeah, hey, people. Brother, feel away, you know,
all right, Maria.
Tomorrow, now, Bammy, you know, see my Bammy them there, you know, see that Bammy, you know, Bammy? All right, so, you see, tomorrow, now, Bammy, see that big boy, you know, see that? See? All right. So, now, may I see me, now, remember, I just in my office. How long me I watch him? You know, keep far from him, down, you know, that thing. Yes, man, so, when we done that now, we can go mash up something, and me have my water. No juice, you know, water. See, water, yes. Yeah, my mind think that. I'm good. No juice, no sweetness. I'm good. That's it. Brother, sister,
Sis, later.
Next three people. Yeah, man. Hot.
Good.
Yeah, man. Steaming. Later. Bless.